yourself.
Good to see you. Very well. Welcome. I just said that they have a plan. The other people, all the people on that here seem to be engaged. Chidoko here is going to the mic. IG and who is going to be around, communicate. Amaka is on the way. He's coming. He's only Amaka. Because Honora is there, okay? And then he fine. The other person is fine around. And the animal is not everything with coordinating the bosses. I know that the farmer will be useful, but I don't know whether the job. Chidoko, what do you think? Alpha is not ready. We have only Alpha. No, in 10 minutes they should be ready now. IG was 10 minutes. We'll start this meeting. Present one by 10, 11 on it. Good morning, distinguished fellows. Good morning, invited guests. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, I want to inform us that this meeting is going to be starting in the next 9 minutes. By 11 a.m. on the dot, we will start our proceedings for the. So please, those outside, kindly start coming in and take your seats. The chairman will be arriving any moment from now, and once he arrives, we'll kick out the proceedings for today. Very much, and highly kindly feel welcomed. Thank you. Hello, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much. And this event is hereby called to order. We are about to start. Please, can we kindly take our positions and take our seats? Those who are sitting at the back, come to the front row so that we can occupy the greater bulk of the. Those sitting at the back, kindly move to the front so that those that are lesser will sit at the back end instead of disturbing our flow. Hello, please, let's move front so that those coming later can sit at the back. And grab. Okay, my name is Pharmacist Chijioke Onya, and I'll be serving as your compere for these events for today. Hello, please, can we settle down, please? Can we settle down? We can continue the exchange of pleasantries later. Hello, please, can we settle down so that we can start? We are waiting for the dignitaries who are already on ground. Once they come in, we recognize them and we start right away. Today's event is a formal event. It's not so much of a social event. So we are going to be very formal and very brief and strict to the point in course of our engagements today. For those who are still outside, kindly come in. Those who are still outside, please, may you come in so that we can start. Okay. Distinguished fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and invited guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to recognize our friends, our colleagues, and other participants that are online. Our virtual participants, you are highly welcome to this event. And it is truly with a great pleasure and deep sense of honor that I welcome all of you to this Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria Board of Fellows Public Lecture and Mid-Year Review Meeting. Today's public lecture is on the topic, Insurance-Based Healthcare Financing, Key to Achieving Universal Health Coverage in Nigeria. And truly this topic is very, very germane to our contemporary times, when our health indicators are not pointing in the right direction, when the financing of our healthcare delivery services is truly a major bone in the neck of healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Now, I want to assure that the eminently qualified personality has been brought in to handle this very important topic today. And at the end of this public presentation, we expect that the Board of Fellows will come up with practical steps that we are going to follow in order to ensure that we distill out some real concrete action plans that is going to help to address the issue of public health financing, which has been a major impediment to universal health coverage in our country. Also, the mid-year review meetings is a significant milestone in the annals of the Board of Fellows of our dear society. It's a period that provides us with an opportunity to reflect on the progress made so far, evaluate the impact of our activities, address emerging challenges, and identify strategic priorities for the months ahead. And I want to assure us that this year's mid-year review has been packaged excellently well by the executive and also the planning committee of the Board of Fellows mid-year review meeting. I want to assure you they're going to have a very rewarding outing, and they are going to have a fulfilling outing this year. We're also very grateful to every fellow and guest who has taken the time to be part of today's public lecture. Once again, I want to specially recognize our online participants and our virtual participants. You are highly welcomed, and be rest assured that you're not going to lose anything because you're not here physically present. We're going to ensure that the presentations, the audio, the visuals are so well organized that you'll not miss anything compared to those who are here physically present. So feel relaxed and feel involved. Once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to today's event. And at this juncture, I want to hope that the distinguished guests that we have are available and are around. We can start bringing them in so that we can take the protocols right away and start the event. We are already 1 hour behind our schedule. And I know that as Board of Fellows, time is of very much essence to us. So we are going to be as business-like as possible. When you have the CEOs and the captains of the industry and the captains of our healthcare systems, and also captains from other professional groups, you don't keep them too long because time is indeed money for these people that are seated here. So we're going to try as much as possible to be very brief, straight to the point, and also we are going to be as presentations and in terms of our engagements. So thank you very much. I'm just waiting for the invited guests so that we can establish the protocols and then we start off today's event and proceedings. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we take our seats? The chairman is here and this meeting is about to start. This public lecture is about to start. Kindly take your seats so that we can start right away. Hello. Please, may we take our seats so that we can start. Please, exchange of pleasantries can continue later. Let's start. We're already 1 hour behind our schedule today. Thank you very much. As you take your seats for us to start, we can't keep the chairman waiting. We can't keep the distinguished guests that have been here for the past 1 hour waiting. Please, can we take our seats? Hello, kindly take your seats so that we can start. Hello, if you can hear me, please, may we kindly take our seats. We are already 1 hour behind our schedule. Hello, is somebody hearing me? Can somebody hear me, please? The noise level is too much. Please, 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 please take our seats so that we can start. We cannot afford to keep our chairman and other distinguished guests here present waiting. Hello. Hello, distinguished fellows. Distinguished fellows, can we settle down? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the chairman of the Board of Fellows and the planning committee of this 2026 mid-year review meeting and public lecture of the Board of Fellows of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I heartily welcome you to this event and this public lecture. My name is Dr. Chijioke Onya, and I'm going to be your compere for this morning's event. And I want to start by, first of all, expressing my regrets to some of our guests who came in here as early as 10 a.m. And we are starting this program by 11:15. That is a clear 1 hour, 15 minutes delay. Please kindly accept our apologies for that delay. But again, this is Lagos. You couldn't have started the program in an empty hall. Hello, please, can somebody hear me? Hello, those at the back, please, can we keep quiet? This program is hereby called to order. Thank you very much. So I want to start right away by establishing the protocol for today's meeting. And I want to appeal that once this protocol is established, as much as possible, may we kindly follow that protocol or borrow from that protocol that's already established so that you can be straight to the point and also brief in our proceedings today. I want to start by recognizing the chairman of today's event, the doyen of our profession, our dear Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluye, OFR, FPSN, FNA Farm. So we don't ever take your commitment to our profession for granted. We thank you so much and we love you for all you do for our profession. Thank you for making our time and for accepting to chair this year's mid-year review meeting. Please, a round of applause for our dear chairman. I also want to recognize the presence of the keynote presenter, the keynote speaker, our own dear Dr. Kelechi Ohiri, who is the Director General of the National Health Insurance. He would have been here, but unfortunately, he's not able to make it in person. And he has also sent another eminently qualified person, somebody that is well respected and somebody that has what it takes to speak eloquently on the subject matter, on the public lecture that we're having today. And he's also a colleague of ours. Pharmacists are versatile. They're not just about counting drugs and also pharmaceutical care. They are all over the place. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished fellows, join me in welcoming Pharmacist Femi Adeoye. Pharmacist Femi Adeoye is the Director of National Health Insurance Agency, Lagos Zone. Please, a round of applause for him. He is representing our keynote speaker, the Director General, Dr. Kelechi Ohiri. I also want to recognize the presence of the Primus Inter Pares, the first among equals. He's already smiling because he knows really that's what it is. And that is the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, our own dear pharmacist, Tanku Ayuba Ibrahim. A round of applause for him, sir. Thank you so much for making our time to be here. I also want to recognize, I call him the regulator of all regulators. And he is the registrar of the Pharmaceutical Council, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, our dear pharmacist, Ibrahim Baba Shehu. Sir, you are highly welcome in our midst, and thank you for taking our time to come. Equally present is the Director General of National Agency for Drug Administration and Control, for Food, Drug Administration and Control. Sorry, our dear Professor Mojisola Adeyeye. She is represented ably by another very eminent person in that agency. She's somebody that I so much admire, somebody that has stood the test of time, and someone that stands tall when it comes to regulation of drugs and food in Nigeria. She's no other person other than the Director, Narcotics Division of NAFDAC, our dear Dr. Mrs. Momodu Rametu. Please, a round of applause for her as she represents the Director General of NAFDAC. We also want to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Adamawa State, all the way from Yola is here for this program. Permit me to also invite and stand to be recognized pharmacists Matthias Bubanani Zira, FPSN, LPC Farm. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for making our time to be here. For want of time, and I crave your indulgence in these regards, permit me to recognize collectively the past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the people that have laid the path that we are following today. Please, may you all stand up and be recognized. If you're here, kindly give them a round of applause. I can see our dear Professor Sai. I can see our dear Alaji Yakasai. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize the presence, again, collectively, the people that have paved the way that our current Board of Fellows Chairman is actually trudging today. And I'm talking about the past chairman of the Board of Fellows that are here present. Please, may you all kindly stand up to be recognized. Please, a round of applause for them. Good. Thank you very much. And at this juncture, I also want to recognize the sub-theme speakers for today. They have been well chosen. They have been well crafted to be able to fit into the mold that are going to be put today to speak to us. And I want to recognize the presence of Mr. John Uwajoko, who is the MD and CEO Haijia Group. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you, sir, for coming. And we also want to recognize the presence of our erudite and indefatigable Professor Larry Bale, LPSN, FNAFAM. He is the CEO of the Land Business School and also our current president of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. Sir, you are highly welcome to this event. Let me also recognize our panelists today who are going to be involved in deepening the discussion as regards the subject matter. And these are people that are experts in their own field. They are people that have shown that they have the capacity to speak on the subject matter, both by virtue of what they know and by virtue of what they practice in these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished fellows, permit me to recognize the presence of our dear President of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, our dear Dr. Njide Ndele. Ma'am, you're highly welcome. A round of applause for her. I also want to recognize the presence of another panelist, and he's the chairman of the Health Managed Care Association of Nigeria, Dr. Abdulkarir Usuma. Please, sir, you are highly welcome. A round of applause for him. You can see virtually all our distinguished invitees are seated on ground. I think the planners, the chairman of the BOF and the planning committee for this year's conference, I think they deserve a round of applause. Because it's not unusual for you to invite people and you call their name, they're either on the road or they are trapped in the traffic, but they're not even available. So thank you so much for making our time to be here. And without wasting much time, I want to recognize also the presence of the representatives of the various professional groups and bodies that are here present with us, because this is all about collaboration and this is a public lecture. So whatever lessons we've learned today, whatever lessons are going to be shared today, I believe that these representatives are going to carry these lectures to their various professional groups so that they can continue the message to the particular group that they represent. So in no particular order, I want to recognize the presence of Madam Bature. Madam Bature is here ably represented by Mr. Chu. Pharmacist IG, we're waiting for you to come and give us your opening and we'll welcome remarks. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much, Chijoke. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I lean on the well-established protocol and welcome everybody to this event. It's my singular privilege and honor so to do. As we all know, we are gathered today for the 8th public lecture of the Board of Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria as part of our 2026 mid-year meeting. The theme of this year's conference, which is Insurance-Based Healthcare Financing, Key to Achieving Universal Health Coverage in Nigeria. Sorry, please, 1 minute. Madam, let's have some water for the people here. Thank you. So the theme is insurance-based healthcare financing, key to achieving universal health coverage in Nigeria, which will be delivered by no other person but the Director General of the Health Insurance Authority, Dr. Kelechi Ohiri, ably represented by the Director, Lagos, NHIA, Pharmacist Femi Adeoye. You're welcome, sir. After 21 years of launch of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Nigeria is yet to achieve 10% of the universal health coverage. And the big question is, why is this so? At this forum, we will not only be educated by the team of experts invited to speak on this theme, but we hope to identify key actionable points that will improve the implementation of the scheme. I therefore use this opportunity to appreciate all the speakers, the keynote address speaker, Dr. Kelechi Ohiri, Dr. John Iwu-Ajoku, the MD CEO of Hygia Group, and Professor Lere Bale, the president of the Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy. Thank you all for accepting. In the same vein, I would like to thank, really in a special way, Njide, who actually ought to be out of the country, but for this event, she canceled her trip. Madam, I'm really grateful. Thank you very much. She is the president of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. And also we have Dr. Abdul Kadir Oshuma, the chairman, Health and Managed Care Association of Nigeria. Thank you, sir, for accepting to be here. We will also have the panel session after the speakers, and the moderator, Fisayo, will soon be with us. I'm sure that your time will be well spent after we have listened to the presentations and we have had the panel session. May I, in a special way, welcome the chairman of today's event. You can agree with me that he is the doyen of the pharmaceutical profession, my Lord Pharmaceutical, Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi, OFR. Please, may we welcome him with an applause. We are immensely grateful to you for your love and commitment to the profession of pharmacy and for finding time to be with us today. I also welcome the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim, FPSN, and all our special guests who are here seated. We are really grateful that you found time to be with us for this event. I also welcome the gentlemen of the press and all other persons who have joined us virtually. I also welcome the distinguished fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, all present here. Thank you for coming. As I conclude, I would like to thank the chairman, BOF, for the confidence he reposed in us, the planning committee, to deliver this event. I'm equally grateful to all the distinguished fellows who worked with me in the committee for their dedication and commitment towards the execution of this assignment. I also, in a special way, thank our administrative secretary, Mrs. Vivian Iwamade, for all the hard work put in. And most of all, I thank God Almighty, who has made it all possible that all of us are here, traveled safely, and we are here in good health. This evening, we shall also be hosted to a cocktail by the Lagos State Board of Fellows. And tomorrow we shall have our midyear meeting and the gala dinner. All of that will happen at the Marriott here, but the cocktail will happen at the BSN this evening. Okay, Business School Netherlands, BSN, just very close by today. We hope that you will all have a wonderful experience, learning, sharing, and networking, and that this year's event will make a difference. Thank you all for your kind attention. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our dear chairman of the planning committee. I know it has been a very arduous task trying to connect the dots and dot all the T's. Please, another round of applause for him. He's done a great job getting and putting this together. Now, at this juncture, I want to specially recognize the chief host of today's event. Actually, he's the one that brought us together. If he didn't tell us to come, possibly would not be here. I purposely skipped his introduction when I introduced the other people, so it wasn't an omission, because they say in my play that the big masquerade will always come out last. So please permit me to recognize our dear chairman of the Board of Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the man that has been working so hard to ensure that the Board of Fellows is wearing the right image and the objectives of setting up this Board of Fellows is achieved. Please, may we kindly put our hands together to our dear pharmacist Uchenna Yu Akpakama, the chairman of the Board of Fellows. And I also want to use the same opportunity, sir, to invite you to now give your opening and welcome address to this August public lecture. As he's coming, I will also appeal that our chairman should be getting ready to also give us his opening remarks. Once we are done with the welcome remarks by the chairman, Board of Fellows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chijioke. The chairman of the public lecture today, the 8th public lecture of the BOF, Pharmacist Prince Julius Adewale Adelusi Adeluyi, OFR, MNI, FPSN, FNAFAM, CPC, FNIM, DFLOD, former Minister of Health, the chairman of Julie PLC, the doyen of pharmacy practice, an elegant and scintillating prince himself. I want to thank you, sir, for being here with us today. You inspire all of us. Most of us come to leadership in PSN have looked up to you as a beacon, and we thank you for your continuous inspiration of pharmacists, both here and near and far. Now, our chief host, my boss in the pharmacy profession today, the president of the PSN, Farm Ibrahim Tanko Ayuba, FPSN, FNAFAM, FCPC, FAM, MBA, who graciously agreed that this event should take place because besides calendar of the PSN, pharmacy in Nigeria, he agreed that we'll have this function today. Without his blessing, we can't move forward. Thank you, my president, for being here for us. The Registrar and CEO of Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Farm Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed, FPSN, FPC Farm, FNA Farm, the DG of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Christian Adeyeye, FPSN, FNFAM, FAS, though not here, but she sent our own distinguished fellow and vice chairman of the Board of Fellows who stands beside me, Momodu. I want to thank you very much for being here for Madam this morning. Past presidents of the PSN, I can recognize Ameyaka Sai. I recognize Professor Osifo. And my past chairman of the Board of Fellows, I have pharmacist Bruno Wankwo, Adekpopo Ola, my immediate past chairman, um, Triple Chief J.B. Adagazu. I recognize all the fellows of the PSN, members of my neck, members of Council of PSN, technical group chairman of PSN and interest groups. I want to also welcome our distinguished resource persons who have taken out time to spend this morning and afternoon with us. I warmly welcome all distinguished guests and fellows of the PSN who have traveled from far and near to attend our 2026 mid-year meeting, commencing today with the 8th annual public lecture of the board at the Marriott Hotel, Lagos. I always say I want to imagine if you bought a car today, you will take an insurance. Why? If that's the problem with that car, you have to get it fixed. If you buy a property, you take an insurance. You buy gold jewelry, you take an insurance. You buy a good watch, you take an insurance. You have goods in transit, you take an insurance. You even take an insurance for your life. So when you are dead, your members can get something because you're dead. It's an insurance as well. Why then? That's my imagining things. I can't imagine what happened to us. Why we don't insure our health, but we insure our death. When you're dead, but you don't insure our lives. And I think that made us look at this theme for this year. And I am excited about the people who are here, some persons who are here. Now we need to understand after this meeting what happened to us. I want to imagine what happened to our thoughts that till today we don't insure our health. When you're sick, you must go to the hospital, pay your bills. Many of us at the board are aging. At a point, you no more have the resources to take care of yourself. How do you continue to live in good health like our prince, who at 83 or 84 or 85 is still looking like he's still 65? You need to take care of your health. Next to us here, we have the one of the biggest hospitals here in Lagos, on TV every day. They're talking about what they do for us. The question is, can we go to hospital and access health? Answer might be no, because we can't pay out of our pocket. But after the discussion today, we will all access health at the best places because we'll be told how to access the health. The annual lecture series of the BOF has become an important platform for thoughtful engagement on issues of national importance with a view to offering immediate and long-term solutions and direction. This year's theme, insurance-based healthcare financing, the key to achieving universal health coverage. It's not only timely and significant, but also fundamental to our nation's health and socioeconomic development. It challenges us to examine how Nigeria can build a healthcare system that guarantees equitable access to quality healthcare for every citizen, irrespective of income, social status, and geographical location. Are you in the rural area? Are you in town, in Abuja, Lagos? History reminds us that every great transformation begins with courageous conversations, followed by decisive action. I believe that Nigeria possesses the knowledge and expertise and the human capacity to achieve universal health coverage. What is required is our collective resolve and the determination to translate vision into reality. So today, we'll go into that conversation that will make us take actions towards achieving universal health coverage. Our nation has taken encouraging steps through reforms such as National Health Insurance Authority Act and the Basic Health Care Provision Fund. These initiatives provide a solid foundation Health insurance remains one of the most effective mechanisms for addressing this challenge. By pooling financial risks and mobilizing resources, insurance protects individuals and families from the financial burden of illness while ensuring more predictable funding for healthcare providers. We must pay off all the providers down the healthcare chain. Despite all these, there are questions begging for answers. How has NHIA, the defunct NHIS, fared 21 years after its launch in 2005? That is 21 years ago we launched NHIS. On that day, I think Adeola Lambo, the minister who launched that scheme 21 years ago. With an enrollment of about 8% today of Nigerians, about 22 million Nigerians out of 250, about 20 million naira are enrolled already in the National Health Insurance scheme. It's just about 8%. Population of 20 years, there are delayed payments of provider payments, rural exclusion, and poor infrastructure. The NHIS and the new now NHIA have not been able to guarantee universal health coverage in Nigeria. This might not be related to insufficient manpower needs, trust deficits in the system, poor state participation, and underutilization of certain sectors of the healthcare industry. More than 17% of Nigerians still finance their healthcare through out-of-pocket expenditure. This is a very similar proportion of Nigeria because many of them are in the informal sector in this country. It's a hope that our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Kelechi Ohiri, DGCO NHIA, who sits on the table himself, driving on driving seats, and our array of renowned experts, Professor Lere Bale, John Iwa Joko, Njiden Dele, Dr. Abdul Kadir Osuma, will bring their professional and practical perspectives to bear during today's discussion. Today's lecture gives us opportunity not only to exchange ideas, but also to inspire action. Let us challenge assumptions, embrace innovations, and identify practical solutions that will expand access to healthcare and strengthen public confidence in our health insurance system. I am confident that our deliberations today will generate ideas that will extend far beyond this hall, contribute meaningfully to national policy, and improve health outcomes. Together, let us build a future where quality healthcare is accessible, affordable, and available to every Nigerian. Together, will let us make universal health coverage not merely a national aspiration, but actually a reality. It will not be all work, as many other social events are lined up today and tomorrow. We have the reception cocktail, and we'll have a midyear meeting tomorrow, and then a closing banquet that will take place also tomorrow evening in this same hall. May I recognize and appreciate the support of all partners and sponsors that stood by us and supported the board despite prevailing harsh economic environment. May God bless and reward you all. Our aspiration for this board, since we came in 2024 November, had been to elevate the status of this board, to ensure that the board is placed where similar people, similar organizations and bodies are placed. And it was challenging for us to come to have this event today. But I want to thank our sponsors who made it possible. The economy is not too comfortable anymore, but for people to support you to have an event like this, we must appreciate them appreciably. Finally, the executive committee would like to appreciate the tireless work of the Central Planning Committee led by Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, FPSN, and local organizing committee led by Pharmacist Bolagade Yola, FPSN, which was hosting the 2026 media meeting. And for this wonderful outing that's just unfolding, it's my fervent hope that we shall finish strong. Thank you, and may we enjoy the deliberations today. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, our dear Chairman, Board of Fellows. Thank you so much, our dear Chairman, Board of Fellows. He nailed it. Clearly he said, together, let us build a future where quality healthcare is accessible, affordable, and available to every Nigerian. Together, let us make universal health coverage not merely a national aspiration, but a reality. I hope that you achieve this at the end of this mid-year review meeting and public lecture, because we must set up indicators that will ensure that our mid-year review meetings and public lectures are no longer mere talk shows, but an event that is outcomes driven, an event that at the end of the day we can put up indicators that we can use and say, this is where we started and this is where we're headed, courtesy of the interventions arising from these public lectures. Thank you so much, our indefatigable Chairman, Board of Fellows. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I want to invite our dear Chairman of today's occasion, our distinguished, our daddy, the Doyen himself, our dear pharmacist, Prince Julius Adeluyi Adelisi, as he gives us his chairman's opening address. Thank you so much, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're all here today by the special grace of God Almighty. May His name be praised. May His blessings continue to be with us in our actions, in our thoughts, and in our words. This is a pharmaceutical occasion, so I must pay my respect to two Ibrahims. The first Ibrahim is our president. Ibrahim Tanko Ayuba. May you continue to lead us well, and may your tenure witness successful occasions like this. The second Ibrahim is Ibrahim Babashehu. He is the registrar and he's a very powerful man. He has the right to withdraw your certificate. And so we're all here also under your notice and grace. You know you are a very forthright person, downright. Indeed, you are all right in what you are doing. Permit me, this is also a board of fellows get together to recognize somebody amidst us that has been associated with the board of fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria for a long time. Indeed, I know he was the third chairman of the board of fellows in the early 90s. He's probably the oldest chairman of the board of fellows we have here. And when I was Secretary General of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, he was the Assistant Secretary, and there was nothing I could have done without him. And I refer to this very principled, brilliant man called Bruno Wankwo. I'm happy you're here. And these are the things that encourage the younger generation. Imelao. Chukugozege. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I look around. Some people might want this hall to be overfull, but these are the times that we face. And I congratulate the organizers of this particular occasion, the chairman of the organizing committee, the Inspector General of Police, and your committee. This program is very well curated. It goes to show that when you want something well organized, ask the pharmacist. I count myself very lucky as I look through the program and I see an array of very well experienced Nigerians, professionals, whose attention and participation you have obtained to speak to us today. And I want to congratulate you for getting these people together. Even if it was the United Nations discussing this particular subject, you wouldn't have any better level of participation. I also want to, before I make my comments, I appreciate my commander-in-chief. He says, come and I come. He says, go and I go. And he is my carer. He is at the moment the president of the Nigeria Academy of Science, of Pharmacy. And usually you don't find him in the Babariga. And I think it is President Jakasey that has forced Larry Bale to start using Babariga. Why don't you stand up and let people see you in a Babariga? But talking seriously, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assume that we pharmacists in this hall, all of us have something in common. And that is that we are married to pharmacy. Not by force, but because we love pharmacy. We've gone through years of rigorous academic training. And at the end, we get married to that profession. And we find that when we marry that profession, there are some pimples on the face. And we look at other faces, but it's important to stick to your marriage to pharmacy, to take care of pharmacy, especially in times of difficulty. And that's what we are all charged to do. Philosophers tell us that a happy man marries the girl he loves, but a happier man loves the girl he marries. A happy pharmacist loves the profession of pharmacy he has married. And a happier pharmacist continues to love pharmacy despite all the challenges. May your happiness continue to flow. And today, the subject you have selected excites me. I look forward to learning and maybe unlearning from the fresh facts. Some people can say, why insurance, health insurance? And I say, why not? True, it's an old subject. As far back as 1883, the German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck
had promulgated an act which he called the Sickness Insurance Act, directed as helping employees that were under the level of payment for convenience, just to assist them. And it was a roaring success throughout Germany in 1833. To think that it's not until 1999 that we had a decree, NHIS. Goes to show you Africa vis-a-vis the Northern Hemisphere in all professional attempts. And it was not until 2005 that it was launched. That's 21 years ago. We've had executives in charge. We've had Midyear articles, and yet we have not moved. Are you blaming the executives? No way. Nigeria is very good at policy formulation, but almost absent when it comes to policy implementation. Something tells me that at the end of this discussion, we might find a way for pharmacy to play a unique role. Fresh ideas would come, even on this old topic. May pharmacy be so situated that Nigeria knows that we are value adding, especially when it comes to this national insurance arrangement. We can do it, we will do it. Somebody says, why pharmacists? Why not? Pharmacy is like the connective tissue in the healthcare system. And you know, as people of science, that a connective tissue supports, protects, and connects the functionality of various organs in the body. In the same way, where will the healthcare system be without the connective tissue called pharmacy? What part of the healthcare system would exist healthily without pharmaceutical products, whether the consumer products or the hardware products, equipment, and so on? So we pharmacists actually are right by saying we want to address this issue and see what pharmacists can do to potentiate strategies for implementation at last. So I congratulate you for choosing this topic, and I look forward to the various implementation recommendations that you would have. But permit me to make one or two observations. You are all fellows, and that's my assumption, of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. The board of fellows tends to be, from time to time, underestimated. Not by others, but by itself. My dear brother Uchenna, you know my views about the board of fellows. Mazi Bruno Wanko would follow me as I say one or two things. I became secretary of the PSN in '69 at the age of 29, and I found that there was absolutely very scattered information on ground. For us to behave and act as a society, and I made a list of a whole lot of things that needed to be done in order to at least meet some requirements of, say, the Pharmaceutical Society of Great Britain, where I had spent 3 months learning what they were doing. And the first thing that occurred to me was that we needed to promote the image We needed to promote the optics of our profession. And I recommended this idea of fellowship. Of course, I was speaking to older people who felt, oh, who wants to create a class of pharmacists? You're a young man, why would you do that kind of thing? And these fellows can end up confusing the presidency of the PSN. But by 1970, I had put before the conference a constitution. Remember, at that time, till 1968, we didn't have any written constitution. Everything was done by empirical and conventional conversations. So we had this constitution, and I can recall that Section 8, subsection 2, referred to fellowship. It was discussed and accepted. The constitution itself was very short, about 2,733 words totally. Today, of course, you have much more elaborate constitution for the PSN, and it covers a whole lot of things. But the crucial year, I'm going down memory lane with you so that you fellows would know that you have a noble heritage and nobody should take you for granted. Because being a fellow is not happenstance. Fellowship is conferred on those who have arrived professionally and pharmaceutically, and who by their character and learning and practice have distinguished themselves in areas of excellence. So by the 1972 conference at Enugu, I had prepared a 4-sheet memorandum to practicalize this idea of BOF. Bruno is here. He would know that the Ogunshakin was quite vocal. Agboifo, those of you who have heard of that name, was quite vocal. He became the second chairman. Finally, that resolution was unanimously passed, and page 4 of it had a list of 20 names which I had compiled to be the first set of fellows. That's 1972. Now, I'm telling you this now so that you make some corrections. I have seen some things as I was glancing through. It says 1971 was the first fellow. There was nothing like that. All the fellows, the first fellows, there were 20 of them on my list. They were unanimously accepted, but I call them 1 plus 19 because one was Ransom Kuti, who had passed on a short while before the 72 conference, and then other 19. To tell you that you had a noble beginning, we got the Chief Justice of the Federation of Nigeria, Dr. Teslim Elias, to do the swearing in one by one of the 19. Remember, I said the very first one, Ransom Kuti, had passed. So at least you show 20, not one and then a separate of 19. I want to tell you too that fellowship was supposed to do 3 things to the society. 1, to honor those who deserve it. And many of you are here now. Now we have over 100 people. These days, you can safely observe that there are some who are fellows who should not have been. And there are others who are not, who ought to have been. But as a leader, working with the PSN, you can bring integrity into the BOF realms. The second thing that the BOF was supposed to do was to give robust support to all matters pharmaceutical, especially the presidency of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. The BOF was supposed to be like a propeller of the aeroplane. The president of the PSN is the pilot. He decides when to take off, where to take off, and where to land. But the propeller supports by starting the engines, supplying the lift, and giving the algorithms to make sure that the airplane is airborne. And I hope that will be done. I'll go into details of that later. I just want to make just one or two more comments. I'm sorry I'm taking your time, but it is important for we pharmacists to realize that we didn't just drop from the skies. We are calculated, well-trained, scientific professionals, not to be taken for granted by any member of the health team. And I say this from our own experience. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, two things are important. Leadership of the BOF, and two, partnership or teamwork. Leadership, what do I mean? A leader of the BOF is a strong man in pharmaceutical matters. He has a place to stand. Whatever he says on behalf of the other members of the BOF should matter. Because my dream was that at the BOF level, we have a laboratory that can train quality leaders to ensure succession of robust leadership. But if the leader goes on an ego trip and goes into a popularity contest and leaves the essence of the BOF, katakata will start. And we don't want katakata because you're all mainly elders. When something is wrong with the profession, it's not the president you should call all of the time. When something is wrong, you must straighten it out. And I believe it can be done. The BOF can do a few things. It can help to redefine the purpose and the posture of pharmacy. It can help to construct the attractive index of pharmacy. What kind of people are we attracting from the undergraduate level? It can help to improve the traction of this profession. What is the gravitas of pharmacy? How much do we weigh vis-a-vis other professions? The traction is very important. It can help to improve the relevance of the profession, the respectability, the reputation of the profession. It can help to polish the optics of the profession. And it can help to make sure that the legacy of pharmacy is enhanced and recorded. When you are put here as chairman of the BOF, and you are doing so ethically, like my friend I call him a man of ethics, did in his time, popular or non-popular, but he got the job done. Then we have a leader you can give a place to stand. You remember somebody called Archimedes. Archimedes of Syracuse in Italy was born in the year 287 BC. He was a mathematician. He was a physicist. He was a philosopher. You remember he was the one who rushed out of the pool naked and said, "Eureka, I have found it," and established the Archimedes principle on buoyancy. But he also did a few other things, like the lever system, from where you have this thing about leverage. I say, that Archimedes is somebody you must study. When he was 75, he was so busy, so intensely busy doing his calculations that when the Roman soldiers came and said to him, "Up, up, stand up," he just looked at them with defiance and said, "I'm busy." And that's how he was killed at 75. But he survived. And he has a whole lot of quotations about him. One of them is what the Italians call da mihi locum standi, terram movebo, which means give me a place to stand and I will move the world. As chairman of BOF, we have given you a place to stand. We expect you to move pharmacy forward with programs such as this at BOR. So with your successors as well, under the supervision of our president, Ibrahim Tanko Ayuba. Finally, I ask you to please realize that pharmacy is a large profession. We need teamwork. We are stronger together. The kind of warfare we're going through needs us to work together. And no matter what the nature of that challenge is, if we work together, we would always do it well. And that's what a gentleman, a philosopher, a Roman philosopher said, again 2 centuries before Christ. His name was Publius Syrus. And he said, Ubi concordia, ibi victoria. That wherever you have teamwork, there is success. May God give you a sense of teamwork. And may we have success for pharmacy, for BOF, and for all of us gathered here. I really thank you for getting me involved.
I'm so happy that you needn't wait for me to ask you to stand up and give a very resounding applause to our dear Prince for the great opening remark that is given to us. Please, that applause must continue until he takes his seat. Until I tell you to stop, please make sure you keep clapping, because he more than deserves it as always. Thank you so much, our dear Prince. Thank you so much for that insightful and very uplifting opening remarks. Now you can have your seats. And I'll tell you one thing, sir. You said, da mihi locum et terra movebo. And truth be told, give Prince Julie a place to stand, and he will shake your health, he will shake your brain. I forgot to tell you before he started that please make sure you get your biro and your papers ready. But I was watching some people, I know some people already knew what he was going to say, and the level of erudition that's going to come out of our dear Prince's mouth. And I saw people already ready to take notes. Let me give you 2 quotes that stood out. He says, pharmacy is like the connective tissues in our healthcare system. Have you heard that before? Quotes and quotes. Who? Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi. 2026. Second one, he says again, a happy pharmacist loves pharmacy, but a happier pharmacist continues to love pharmacy despite all the challenges. Quote and unquote. Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi. Again, 2026. Sir, thank you so much for always being a great contributor to knowledge, and also for stimulating the younger ones to always look up and being proud of being pharmacists. On that note, I want to again recognize the presence of the president stroke chairman of the governing council of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria, Mrs. Uto Bando, ably represented by Mr. Aniedi Amos. Please, if you are here, please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you so much for coming around. Now we'll go straight to the next item we have in our agenda. Not written there, but it's very important we have that particular aspect included in our program because they've been invited to partner with us in this particular public lecture. Permit me to invite some of the representatives of the professional body that are here present to give us just 2 minutes goodwill message. This is just going to be timed, sir, please, because you are not doing so well with time. So 2 minutes, and in no particular order, I will invite the president, Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Malam Bature, ably represented by Mr. Chudi Ubosi, as he gives us 2 minutes goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Chudi as he comes to the stage. Thank you so much. He was here by 10 a.m. on the dot to show you how civilized he is. And thank you so much for making it around.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chudi Ubosi. I'm representing the president of the Nigerian Institution, Mr. Chijoke, Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. My president is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Malam Baturi Ali Mohammed. He's unavoidably absent, you know, the normal thing. He's unavoidably absent, and so on and so forth. But he sends his best wishes. And the topic, insurance-based healthcare financing, key to achieving universal healthcare coverage in Nigeria. He agrees that it is very relevant at this time, even as we all know what Nigerians are going through regarding healthcare and the cost of healthcare. My president has also asked me to tell you that he is very willing, not just him, the estate surveyors and valuers, our institution are very willing to partner with you to ensure that universal healthcare is available to everyone. Thank you very much. Happy deliberations. On a personal note, before I leave, let me recognize our chairman, or the chairman, Prince Adelui, a family friend, a golfer. We don't see him in the golf club. He shows up only on hole 19. My big uncle, Mr. Bruno, pharmacist Bruno Wangpo. My auntie, Mrs. Regina Ezenwa. And Ike Onyechi, where is Alpha Pharmacy? Ah, okay, another golfer too. Very good golfer. He's always on the golf course. I'm sure he's more of a golfer now than a pharmacist. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for that short goodwill message. We go to the next person that will give us the goodwill message, and that is the president and the chairman of the Council of Chartered Institute of Administration, our dear Administrator Ugochukwu Azubike. Please, sir, can you come and give us your 2 minutes goodwill message? Please, a round of applause as he comes to the stage. He was also here by 10 a.m. this morning. Thank you very much, sir, for coming.
Good morning, everyone present here. My name is Administrator Ugochukwu Azubuko, the President and Chairman of Council, Chartered Institute of Administration. I hereby stand to congratulate the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria for this August event. I will say that while you in that industry work tirelessly to discover, manufacture, dispense life-saving therapies, we at the Chartered Institute of Administration ensure that the structures supporting your science are robust, efficient, and sustainable. Science, as we all know, saves lives, but administration scales through lives saved. Why administration matters in what you are doing today is that you are truly revolutionizing the healthcare delivery of this country. And we, the administrators, have to go hand in hand with you to operate in the lockstep. The industry relies heavily on the administrative pillars through robust supply chain administration, regulatory compliance and governance, navigating the complex health corner policies required, and also ensuring the sustainability of the healthcare business model. We all know that the sound financial and operational administration is what keeps the light on in these two industry professions. It is said that the finest medicine in the world is useless if the administrative system's delivery failed. I hereby called on the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria to collaborate with Chartered Institute Administration to deepen the partnership between the two institutions. We should all collaborate on joint capacity building to equip the pharmacist with executive leadership and administrative skills. Together, both of us are going to transform our country, Nigeria, to what it's supposed to be. On behalf of my institute, we thank you for your dedication to the healthcare delivery of this nation. And I wish you a highly successful and impactful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our dear Administrator Ugochukwu, for that goodwill message. And as I bring in the last goodwill message, is going to come from the President, Nigerian Society of Engineers, our Engineer Ali Masuya, represented by Engineer Adegboyega. Please, can you come and give us your goodwill message? Please, a round of applause for him as he comes. 2 minutes. Thank you. And as he's doing this, please, those that are going to be leading us in the pharmacy anthem, please be getting ready so that we go right into the anthem. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Very good morning to everyone. My name is I'm Engineer Adegboyega Adele, representing the President and Chairman in Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, FNSC, MFR, and FANG. It's good message I read. Distinguished President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, members of Board of Fellows, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I convey to you the warm greetings and best wishes of the Council and the entire members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers on this occasion of the 8th public lecture of the Board of Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I especially commend the leadership of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria for sustaining this important lecture series, which has become a respected platform for intellectual discourse, professional engagement, and advancement of ideas that will shape the future of healthcare delivery in our country. The Nigerian Society of Engineers recognizes that the health sector is a critical pillar of national development. Delivering quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare requires the collective expertise
of diverse professionals, working together to build resilient systems capable of meeting the needs of our growing population. Engineers and pharmacists, alongside other healthcare professionals, have complementary roles in advancing healthcare infrastructure, pharmaceutical manufacturing, medical technologies, research, digital healthcare solutions, and environmental sustainability. Today's lecture provides an invaluable opportunity to exchange knowledge, stimulate policy discussions, and promote innovative solutions that will strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system. As professionals committed to national development, we must continue to encourage multidisciplinary collaboration in addressing the complex challenges confronting the sector. I therefore wish to call upon all stakeholders represented here today, including government institutions, regulatory agencies, industry operators, investors, academia, development partners that will reposition professional bodies to deepen collaboration and sustain initiatives that will reposition Nigeria's health sector for greater efficiency, competitiveness, resilience, and sustainability. So on behalf of Nigerian Society of Engineers, I congratulate the Board of Fellows of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and wish you all fruitful deliberations and a highly successful program. Thank you. Engineer Ali Masiu Arabiu.
Thank you very much, sir, for that goodwill message. And once again, I want to appreciate all the representatives of the various professional bodies that make out time to be part of this particular public lecture. Thank you so much for extending your hand of fellowship and also for wishing to collaborate with the Board of Fellows. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of our online participants. At the last call, we have 250 persons online, 50 on Zoom, and 200 on YouTube. Please, our online participants, we sincerely appreciate your presence. We sincerely thank you for making our time to be part of this public lecture. And I'm sure that you're hearing us loud and clear. Please, if you can hear us, just say hi, just to be sure that we are all together. Okay, thank you very much. So we go to the next item we have in our agenda as we gradually get into the peak of our events today. We want to invite our delectable ladies to come and lead us in the pharmacy anthem, which is the prelude to the traditional prelude to the presentation or the address by the primus inter pares in our pharmacy profession, the president. So I want to invite Dr. Mrs. Modubo Oyawole, Dr. Titi Onedo, and pharmacist Mrs. Regina Ezenwa. Please kindly come forward, step forward, and lead us in that beautiful anthem of pharmacy. And as they march forward to do this, I want to sincerely, please, you can be coming forward. Yeah, I want to sincerely, on the premises of that saying that behind every successful man is a woman, and behind every successful woman is also a man. I want to recognize the presence of the wind beneath the wings of the chairman of the Board of Fellows. I'm talking about no other person. Yes, people are looking left and right. I'm not even sure whether the Board of Fellows chairman is as aware of the person I'm trying to introduce. But ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence of Professor Akunne Abakama. She is a consultant ophthalmologist and professor of ophthalmology at Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Okay. Please, ma, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you so much for being the wing beneath the wings of our dear chairman. And we now call on the APS representatives to please lead us in the anthem. Please, you can come forward. We are proud of that anthem and we don't want to take it by the roadside. Come forward, take the mic, and then lead us in that beautiful anthem. All pharmacists, please, as usual, we should do the needful. We should stand.
Please, may all pharmacists stand.
We pharmacists, we're proud of pharmacy. We members of the glorious PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy, drug making, dispensing, drug retailing, wholesaling, politics. We are there.
Thank you.
A round of applause for those beautiful voices. Thank you so much, and please let us now welcome on stage the first among equals, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, our own dear pharmacist, Tanko Ibrahim Ayuba. Please a round of applause for him.
Our Lord Pharmaceutical, Prince Julius Adelusi Adelui, the doyen of the College of Past Presidents, the chairman of Board of Fellows, Uche Apakama, past president of the PSN, present, past chairman of Board of Fellows, present, fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, fellows of the Academy of Pharmacy, my senior colleagues, good afternoon. We are gathered here this afternoon to once again go through public lecture for Board of Fellows. When Prince Julius Adelusi Adeli was giving his speech, he gave us a history of how the fellowship was instituted, and their aim was to create an elite group within pharmacists that everybody will be looking up to, something like sun among the lawyers. But over the years, the fellowship of the PSN has been watered down in that an unusually large numbers are given fellowship. And many fellows, excuse me, sorry to say, they struggle to become fellows, and that's all. The moment they are pronounced as fellows, they stop attending meetings, they don't pay their dues. You call for a public lecture, they will not come. And when you follow them to collect dues, they even tell you that, what is the fellowship doing for me? So, Chairman Board of Fellows, I'm pledging to you this afternoon that there are fellows that have not paid dues for over 10 years. Please compare the list. There's this is room for defellowing. Compare anybody who doesn't want to be fellow, it's not by force that he should remain a fellow. So please compile the list. Send the list to me. I will take it to council. We will deliberate and take a decision. So if you want to be reinstated, you have reapply. Then you are reinstated as fellow. My colleagues, I'm happy to identify with the Board of Fellows about the topic they have chosen today for our mid-year meeting. Health insurance is a very important aspect of life, not even health, life. Because if our health insurance is working, many people will not be spending their hand-earned money in treating diseases. And for those of us who are fellows, don't want to believe there's any fellow that is less than 50. And when you are 50 and above, you catch all these chronic diseases. You can't avoid them. And that's when you need health insurance. So we should please pay attention to the keynote address. So I will pick salient points in the lecture so we shall implement. So on behalf of the NEC of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I congratulate the Board of Fellows on this occasion of the public lecture, and I wish them success in the media meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our dear President, for that very succinct and very heartfelt welcome remarks. Now we are getting to the crux of our engagement today, which is the public lecture itself. And as has already been communicated and as contained in our brochure, the theme of this year's public lecture is Insurance-Based Healthcare Financing, Key to Achieving Universal Health Coverage. And this particular presentation is going to be made by the Director General, National Insurance Agent, Nigeria Insurance Agency. Dr. Kelechi Ohiri, please, I want the keynote presenter to kindly come up so that we can take the citation before the keynote address starts. And please, at this juncture, please, may we take our seats. May we take our seats and avoid distractions. Please, sir, you can come up. So I will take an abridged citation or profile of the keynote speaker, Dr. Kelechi Ohiri. Dr. Ohiri is a Nigerian physician, public health expert, and health system leader who serves as the Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority. In this role, he is responsible for leading Nigeria's National Health Insurance Program with the goal of expanding access to affordable, quality healthcare and advancing universal health coverage. Before his appointment as Director General, Dr. Ohiri held several leadership positions in health policy and health system strengthening. And some of these positions include senior role at the Nigerian Health Watch, where he worked on health policy, governance, and accountability, advisory and technical roles supporting health financing, primary health care, and health systems reforms. He also worked with international development partners on health policy and strengthening healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Dr. Ohiri is known for his work in universal health coverage, health financing and health insurance, primary health strengthening, health policy and governance, health system reforms, public-private partnership in healthcare. As the Director General of National Health Insurance Authority, his priorities include: 1, expanding health insurance coverage, especially for vulnerable populations, improving the quality and efficiency of healthcare services under the National Health Insurance Authority, strengthening partnership with state governments and private sector stakeholders, promoting digital innovations to improve enrollment, claims management, and service delivery, and finally, ensuring implementation of National Health Insurance Authority Acts to make health insurance more accessible across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished fellows, it's my pleasure as we give a round of applause to our dear Dr. Ohiri Kelechi, the Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, as he gives us the keynote address and the public lecture for 2026. Sir, you are highly welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having us here this afternoon. I bring you greetings from the DG NHI. I have one or two of colleagues around who also came, the state coordinator for Yaba, and I think she's around. But if I may ask, Mr. Chairman, sir, if you will permit me to ask a question before we go into the speech. How many people have health insurance here? Okay. Health insurance, whether it's private, state health insurance, okay. Quite some hands are up. Because that's where to start from. Us, if we have health insurance ourselves. So I'll be bringing the keynote address from the DG, National Health Insurance Authority. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be invited by the Board of Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria to deliver this keynote address at this important public lecture. I sincerely appreciate this recognition and commend the Board of Fellows for selecting a theme that addresses one of the critical issues confronting Nigeria's health system today: insurance-based healthcare financing, a key to achieving universal health coverage in Nigeria. This theme is both timely and strategic, as healthcare financing remains central to achieving better health outcomes, protecting families from financial hardship, and ensuring that every Nigerian can access quality healthcare services when needed. Universal health coverage, UHC, is not simply about increasing the number of health facilities or healthcare workers. It's about ensuring that individuals receive the right healthcare services without suffering financial hardship. This principle aligns directly with Sustainable Development Goal 3, which calls for healthy lives and well-being for all, including universal access to quality essential healthcare services and financial risk protection. Nigeria's journey toward UHC evolved through the decades of reforms, including the establishment of the then National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS, as a major step toward transition from predominantly out-of-pocket healthcare financing to a structured risk pooling system. However, significant challenges remain. High out-of-pocket expenditure continues to place financial pressure on many households, particularly vulnerable populations. Therefore, the challenge is therefore not whether health insurance is necessary, but how we can strengthen and expand insurance-based healthcare financing to achieve meaningful coverage for all Nigerians. Insurance-based healthcare financing provides a sustainable mechanism where resources are pooled, risks are shared, and access to healthcare based on need rather than ability to pay. A strong health insurance system provides financial protection, improves access to essential healthcare services, promotes quality and accountability among providers, strengthens preventive and primary healthcare, and improves efficiency of the use of health resources. For Nigeria, health insurance must therefore be viewed not only as a payment mechanism, but a strategic instrument for health system transformation. The National Health Insurance Authority recognizes that achieving universal health coverage requires an inclusive, responsive, transparent, and sustainable health insurance ecosystem capable of reaching all Nigerians, particularly the vulnerable and the underserved population. And these people are the ones who are usually missed out in most systems. The federal government's commitment to transforming Nigeria's health sector is clearly demonstrated through the Renewed Hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. At the core of this agenda is the recognition that healthy population is fundamental to national productivity, economic growth, and sustainable development. The health priorities of the Renewed Hope agenda provide a roadmap for strengthening Nigeria's health system with emphasis on improving equity and quality of healthcare services, strengthening health financing and national insurance, expanding primary health care, promoting preventive care, and building a more resilient health system. NHI's mandate strongly aligned with these priorities. Our focus at the NHI is not only on expanding enrollment, but ensuring meaningful coverage where Nigerians can access affordable, timely, and qualitative healthcare services whenever they need them. This vision aligns with the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative under the leadership of the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate. The initiative provides a comprehensive framework for revitalizing Nigeria's health system through improvements in governance, health financing, service delivery, infrastructure, human resources, and health outcomes. A renewed health system requires a renewed financing architecture. Insurance-based financing provides the platform which investments in healthcare can translate into improved service delivery, stronger accountability, and better outcomes. It's true that there are several other financing models, but that which is sustainable and that which is preferred globally is health insurance. This more or less leaves us with no choice but to find ways to move all Nigerians towards achieving universal health coverage and making sure that all Nigerians have one form of health insurance or the other. That is obviously the only way we can escape catastrophic health expenditures, which stares us in the face. I am sure that we have all heard that every Nigerian or every person is about one sickness away from poverty. And this is a reality. And this we must protect Nigerians from. By strengthening strategic purchasing, improving provider performance, and ensuring that resources are directed towards population health needs, health insurance can become a major driver of health system transformation. At the National Health Insurance Authority is pursuing a strategic transformation agenda focused on expanding health insurance coverage, improving quality services, and advancing equity, efficient marketing, and leveraging data to make sure that all Nigerians have access to quality healthcare. So NHI is partnering with all the state health insurance agencies to making sure that all Nigerians down there at the rural areas have access to quality healthcare. At NHI, our priorities include expanding health coverage and financial protection. I saw that we normally say that it's 8% coverage denominator we are using because our population looks like a moving target. Today is 200 million, tomorrow is 250. In fact, I think I'm seeing 250 million now. So it's a moving target, and so it looks as if our figures keep dropping. But at the latest count, Nigerians covered with one form of health insurance. I would rather use a figure. It's 22.03 million Nigerians. That is what it has come to. So we have more Nigerians coming on to on health insurance because it's becoming obvious that that is our surest bet to financing our health care system. So NHI is expanding health insurance coverage and financial protection for all Nigerians. And so it's important that if we do not have health insurance, we should seek to get one. It's cheaper than financing care out of pocket in the long run. NHI is committed to ensuring that more Nigerians, especially the vulnerable and underserved populations, are brought under effective health insurance coverage. Universal health coverage cannot be achieved without protecting individuals and families from financial barriers to accessing healthcare. We do not want any other Nigerian going poor or broke because they have to treat one sickness or the other. Second priority of health insurance is to ensure quality of health care delivery. Health insurance must go beyond paying providers. I know that what has counted over the years is that provider payment, but it all goes beyond that. It's also ensuring that the service delivered to enrollees is one of qualitative, of quality. What's the point of getting health insurance and they don't get the best of care? So we go beyond that and make sure that all providers deliver qualitative healthcare to all Nigerians and that they are responsive in healthcare services delivery through strategic purchasing, accreditation, quality insurance, and provider performance monitoring. Health NHI is also making sure that all the facilities that are used to provide care are those which we can verify, which we can vouch for, and we pass them through a process of accreditation to make sure that whatever facility is put out there for Nigerians to receive care for are those which can give them the needed treatment. Our third priority is promoting equity in healthcare access. NHI remains committed to reducing inequalities in healthcare access by ensuring that healthcare services are available based on need rather than income, location, or social circumstances. Our fourth priority at the National Health Insurance Authority now is all about improving market efficiency and value for money through stronger regulation, accountability mechanisms, and improved purchasing. NHI is strengthening the health insurance ecosystem to ensure efficiency, transparency, and optimal use of resources. NHI is also leveraging on data and digital transformation. A modern health insurance system must be driven by evidence, innovation, and innovation. NHI is strengthening the use of data and digital platforms, technology-enabled processes to improve enrollment. NHI now has a self-enrollment portal where people can enroll by themselves from the comfort of their houses without coming to NHI offices to get any form of enrollment, which is all about easing enrollment. Our fifth priority is all about organizational structure. That's internal. And NHI recognizes sustainable transformation requires a strong institution. We are therefore committed to strengthening our workforce, leadership, and organizational culture and promoting professionalism across board. The role of pharmacists and the pharmaceutical sector. Distinguished fellows, the achievement of universal health coverage cannot be realized without recognizing the essential contribution of pharmacists and the pharmaceutical sector. Pharmacists are critical members of the healthcare team and providers under the NHIA. They are one of the groups of healthcare facilities and providers that NHIA goes out to accredit and making sure that they have the registration with PCN and they have the pharmacist in-house before NHI gives them accreditation and then gives them an accreditation number and then guarantees that Nigerians can go to those places and will be assured of getting quality medicines. Medicines are central to healthcare delivery and their availability, affordability, safety, and rational use directly influence health insurance. And that's very important. Medicines, their availability, accessibility directly affects health insurance. And the roles of pharmacists are critical. Pharmacists play a critical role in medicine supply systems, rational use of medicines, antimicrobial stewardship, pharmacovigilance, patient safety, counseling, and quality improvement. As Nigeria advances towards a more robust insurance-based healthcare system, a stronger collaboration between NHIA and the pharmaceutical sector will remain essential to ensuring that beneficiaries have access to safe, effective, and affordable medicines. And this is very critical. You know that culturally in Nigeria, it looks like every person who goes to the hospital or goes to a facility, if they don't come back with medicines, their visit to that facility is incomplete until they have something. They come out with like a medicine, then they know that yes, they actually went to the hospital and saw a doctor. So that makes us know that the role of the pharmacist in making sure that these medicines are available is very important. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards universal health coverage requires collective action. Government institutions, healthcare professionals, private sector actors, development partners, and communities must work together to build a health system that meets the needs of every Nigerian. An insurance-based healthcare financing provides Nigeria with a pathway to move from a system where illness can create financial hardship to one where healthcare becomes a protected social investment. As we pursue the aspiration of the SDG 3 and implement the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and support the objectives of the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, NHI remains committed to making health insurance a catalyst for equity, quality, efficiency, and improved health outcomes. Together, we can build a Nigeria where every citizen can access quality healthcare without financial barriers. And this is very important. I thank the Board of Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria for this opportunity, for their continued commitment towards strengthening Nigeria's health system. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Just a comment. I was doing a systematic review. This is not the DGs, and we brought several research papers together, and something stood out that, and this will be something the pharmacists will have to work on, that as the patient's satisfaction, as they go down service points, patient satisfaction dropped. So when he compared to at the provider, when they see the doctor, they measure the satisfaction, it was high in the 70s. But when you go to pharmacy lab, it dropped. That's food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our keynote speaker. And our keynote speaker has certainly taken us through a journey into the world of health insurance, especially universal health insurance. He started with the introduction, and he went further to inform us that universal health coverage is not just paying insurance premium, but using it as a means of enhancing stroke strengthening our health ecosystem and building resilient health system. Please, can we have one house? Hello? Hello, please, can we settle down and hear ourselves? Hello, the fellows at the back, please, let's settle down and hear ourselves. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for that. He went further to tell us that a renewed health system requires renewed health financing structure, with which health insurance will provide. He gave us statistics that 22.03 million Nigerians as of today are under the health insurance coverage, and that this number is increasing compared to what it used to be in the past, showing that NHIA at least is working and Nigerians are heeding to the call to get insured. Now, the second objective of the National Health Insurance Authority is not just about getting Nigerians enrolled, but also ensuring that the quality of care given to enrollees is also top-notch. And I love that, because truth be told, it's not just about enrollment, but also ensuring that those who are enrolled get quality healthcare delivery. Because if they don't get quality healthcare delivery, then what is then the essence of getting enrolled in the scheme? So, we thank you so much for your presentation, and we thank you for the lecture. Please, I think it deserves another round of applause. Okay, at this juncture, we want to invite just 2 more goodwill messages. And the first goodwill message is going to be coming from our dear registrar, the registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, our dear pharmacist, Ibrahim Babashehu. Please, a round of applause for him as he steps to the stage to give us his 2 minutes goodwill message. Thank you so much. If you don't clap, be rest assured your license will not be released in the next dispensation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, our own Dean of Pharmacy, a former Minister of Health, a mentor, the father of pharmacy in Nigeria. Good afternoon, sir. I recall, sir, the first public lecture I attended where I need to add a quote, and this time around call it quote 2005, where you encourage us to inspire, to aspire before we expire. Each time we come across you, we feel inspired. And we also take it further to ensure that we keep inspiring those coming behind us before we also expire. Thank you, sir. The president of PSN, the chairman board of fellows, past chairman board of fellows, past president of PSN, distinguished pharmacist, I bring warm greetings from the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. The PCN has always worked with NHIA. 1, at the point of accreditation. 2, at point of policy reviews. There is no reform at NHIA that PCN has not been part of. We have always represented the pharmacy profession, the pharmaceutical sector. As we were told by the chairman, policy formulation, policy development, not appropriately supported with policy implementation sometimes give us a lot of challenges. We'll continue to work with NHIA at the point of review. Of course, we are not in-house to ensure implementation, but we also have our key stakeholders that we continue to relate with, and be rest assured of our continuous support to ensure that NHIA succeeds. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, our dear registrar, for that very brief goodwill message. Okay, the second goodwill message is not yet available. We'll call her when she's ready to give us the goodwill message. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished fellows, we'll be going to the next segment of our program. And that is now the discussion or the presentation on the sub-themes. And these sub-themes are basically meant to deepen further the conversation and also the discussion and our knowledge around the subject matter that the public lecture revolves around. The first sub-theme is going to be handled by our dear Dr. John Iwuajoko. Dr. John Iwuajoko is the MD and CEO of Hayeja Group. And we want to invite him to the stage to give us a short presentation on the topic, health equity, the significant role of private sector in achieving universal health coverage. Please, may we put our hands together for our dear John Iwuajoko as he steps up the stage to handle this particular sub-theme. Please, as he's getting ready to present to us, I'm also calling on Professor Lere Bale to get ready to take the second sub-themes. Please, I've been informed that you have 20 minutes to handle this particular topic. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Over the next few minutes, I'll try to take us through the practical steps to achieve universal healthcare coverage. My boss from NHIA has laid the foundation and has spoken glowingly on what they stand for and what they are doing to help facilitate that. I will further try to deepen that. And, in trying to deepen it, it's very important to know where we are so that it will set a foundation for what we need to do and how fast we need to move. So I'll be focusing more on the practical aspect of the implementation, and I'll speak to it. And you will find out that this association is a key part of the execution. It's one thing to come up with policy, and in Nigeria, we're very good with policies, but execution becomes a problem. So, and it's also important to be factual with ourselves and know that at the state we are, government alone cannot do it. There is need for public-private partnership to achieve that. And I'll take you through a couple of those things. Starting point is to even look at where are we at the moment. And when you look at the numbers are quite stark. So if you look at the first indices there, you will see that we first of all measure it based on the global index, which has been created by World Health Organization. And that's a universal healthcare coverage index that shows how countries are faring towards achieving that. Where are we as a country? Where are other African countries? And where is the global number looking like? If you look at the number, Nigeria currently is at 44. The index runs from 0 to 100. Now, when you look at this 44, we are lagging behind when you compare with global index by 24 points. That's quite significant. We may say, yes, it's developed economy, so we expect them to be doing better than us. Well, it's understandably so. But how are we faring when compared with the African average? Remember, we are giants of Africa. But when you compare with global average, we're still lagging behind. The global average is put at 49, and we are 44. And like I said earlier on, globally, the global average is 68. So that's a whole lot for us to catch up with. Not only that is the fact that at the government level, the government have set a priority that 5% of the GDP will be set towards actualizing universal healthcare coverage. But as at 2025, 2026, we are close to 3%. So even from a funding perspective, we are lagging behind. So it means that even the target set by Abuja is lagging behind, and that also creates additional problem for us. The next slide, please. We show us further the challenges which have been spoken about also. That over 70% today in terms of spending on healthcare is out of pocket. And that itself creates a whole lot of challenge for families. So you see, most families today are not able to afford healthcare insurance, either by virtue of the fact that they don't understand how it works, which is also a challenge for us, which is also a knock on those practitioners, those of us driving it, that maybe the awareness level is not that high, and the populace don't know clearly how to take advantage of it, and that is costing them a whole lot. So imagine income that is challenged, and 70% of it is going to as out-of-pocket expenses. Now, on the mortality rate, while it may have improved over the years, is still quite high. As at last year, we still have over 500 mortality per 100,000 live births. That is quite significant, because when you look at globally, at global stage, most global nations are looking at single digits, but we are still in the hundreds. We've also talked about coverage. We've mentioned numbers. My boss from the NHI have given us 22 million plus. But the truth is that coverage level, 22 million plus over 250 million, you'll see that, the adoption level is still quite low. So as a nation, the adoption level is still quite low. The penetration is still, in some cases, below 4%. And to imagine that in a country of over 200 million, we still have over 130 million that don't have access to healthcare. It's a major challenge. So over 130 million come under the vulnerable group. And when we talk about vulnerable group, it's not people just in the rural areas. Even within the cities, there are vulnerable groups. So we shouldn't look at them as those that are in the rural areas. These are stark realities that we'll face as a nation, and we must come up with practical ways to deal with them. Next slide. Now, if we look at the next slide, like I said, government has a whole lot of things to deal with. And, not standing in for them, the percentage that goes into driving universal health care coverage is quite low. And today, in reality, over 60% of the private healthcare that we have in the country today are privately owned. I'm sure if I ask amongst us here who uses a government facility or a healthcare center, very few people use it. Most of us depend on privately owned hospitals and other healthcare facilities. But the stark truth also is that these healthcare facilities are largely unregulated. So they decide how they want to run their business. They know how much they've invested in those business. There is no uniform pricing. Our chairman, when we were talking this morning, mentioned about Duchess, for instance. How many people can afford Duchess today? Very few people. You can walk down the street and you have 10 hospitals and they have different prices. So they are largely unregulated. And for you to achieve universal healthcare coverage, you need some level of consistency across. The same thing can be spoken about the healthcare delivery. It's largely private managed and not government. If we look at the next slide, the next slide essentially just alludes to what I've just said, that today over 60 to 70% of healthcare facilities are privately owned, and they also employ over 60% of healthcare providers. And the formal coverage is still very low. Now, why formal coverage is even at 5% is because government has made it mandatory for employers to cover their staff. So if it wasn't mandatory, probably it would be less than 1%. And that's why when you talk about the formal sector, that's why you are even inching up around 5%. But the informal sector is almost largely inexistent. And that's an area that we need to crack. And that's where it calls for public-private partnership. Now, we've created some pillars for the partnership to work. We need to look at that, those pillars that will help us achieve that. The first is provider leadership. We need to, at the private sector, create that leadership framework to actually drive actualization. And most of the hospitals today are largely unregulated. So we're working with NHIA to create an accreditation process for all hospitals, part of which will also create a uniform pricing dynamics that will be very transparent and that will also look at the quality of care across hospitals. Today, as individuals, you cannot look at the hospital now and decipher the quality of care you will get there, except by reference. So the NHIA is also working around the clock to ensure that there becomes a quality standard that becomes transparent to everybody. So that for every hospital you see out there, you know their quality standard. And what quality standard does is that when it's established, every player tries to make sure they upgrade their services to meet up with relevant standards. Just like you have the rating system in hotels. There are 2-star, 3-star, 5-star hotels. And based on those ratings, you also have a sense of the quality you will get there when you do visit. And part of the team also we talked about is the financing. We need to scale enrollment significantly, leveraging on technology. People in the rural areas, how do we acquire them? We've talked about it glowingly, that we have to leverage on technology to drive acquisition. We have to leverage on the mobile app. We have to leverage on USSD. We have to leverage on things that are readily available across different parts of the country, such that the ease of acquiring people and enrollment becomes a lot easier and realistically achievable. So that's a critical pillar. Another pillar is infrastructure and public-private partnership. We have come to terms with the fact that the government cannot do it alone. And now we're working with private companies, private entities to drive adoption significantly. It's a radical approach. And I'll also share with us along the line what we're planning to do in that space. This association also plays a key role because in the process of, in the service delivery chain, you find out that just like NHIA did mention, that there are different levels of satisfaction along different chains. That when you move from the doctor and you move to the pharmacy, it seems that the experience or satisfaction level drops. What needs to be done to ensure that happens? Part of it is drug stock out. There is no drug. You have situation in terms of even quality of drug, availability of drugs, and even the logistics around drug, which is part of the thing the association needs to look at critically. And we'll also share part of how we need to do that. Driving, next slide please. Driving the campaign is not just within the city, it has to go further down to the rural areas and have simple ways for people in the rural areas to access care easily. Part of the thing is for us to also drive that awareness. So part of the infrastructure we need to create has to be things that are relatively affordable by all the populace that we have. One of the things that are driving these growth numbers now is telemedicine. Telemedicine infrastructure actually gives you opportunity to speak with a doctor with extensive clinical experience that can engage you, identify what the issues are, and also prescribe medication. And the telemedicine infrastructure that have been created today is actually toll-free, because we are mindful of the fact that people have challenge income. Because if you have telemedicine infrastructure and ask people to call, one of the things you are going to have here is, I don't have airtime. But telemedicine today is toll-free. So it means you can call whether you have credit or you don't. Another thing we've done around that space is wanting to call a doctor and the doctor prescribe medication. So what happens next? How do you get the drugs? And that's why we need to drive enrollment. Because when you drive enrollment, it means that beyond just being able to speak with a doctor, the telemedicine framework is now stitched with the pharmacy, such that the drugs can be prescribed and it is pushed to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy can have it delivered to you. And that's what happens in the HMO space right now, such that you don't actually have to live where you are, but where you are, you can actually have access to a doctor, have the drugs prescribed, and have a pharmacy leveraging on a delivery system to have you get the drugs. And all these are done within that HMO space. So when you make that investment within the HMO space, even when you are out of pocket, you can get access to care. And it's not just getting access to care, you can have that drugs delivered to you. So that ecosystem exists today, and we need to continue to expand it. While it works efficiently within the urban areas, it still remains a challenge in the rural areas. And that's one of the areas where your society plays a key role. Because most of the manufacturing powers that we have today are situated within the urban areas. But we need to work together to have such presence to now begin to permeate the rural areas if we truly want to grow our index on universal healthcare coverage. Today, it works seamlessly in Lagos, it works seamlessly in major cities, but the moment you move into the rural areas, it becomes a challenge. And that's one of the things we are trying to deal with. Next slide, please. So I'll run a bit faster. And to achieve universal healthcare coverage, we need to leverage on existing infrastructure. Today, we don't have a single means of identification that is universally everywhere, and it's critical. Because for government to be able to look at it, for major players to look at it and know who has access, who can utilize, and what kind of support can be provided, everybody must be uniquely identified. But today, we don't have a single framework that does that. So what we do now is to leverage on available ones. What we have now is BVN, because generally, if you have a banking account, you have a BVN. Then you have the NIN, even though it doesn't achieve 100% coverage, but at least it goes a long way. So at the healthcare plan, what we're also doing is to integrate a unique identifier into it so that the entire populace, as much as possible, can easily be identified and intervention can be made. And when people do access care, data, just like NHI has spoken about it, data which is critical, you're able to harvest this data and make effective planning in terms of what kind of drug is required in different areas. You really cannot plan and you really cannot execute if you don't have robust data. So this ecosystem that has been built now, starting with identification, going into the administrative and claim management, because HMOs don't own hospital facilities, but they leverage on those hospital facilities to provide care and to also drive the claim process and ensure that they are paid. And we must be able to measure the outcome. It's not enough to carry out this thing, but we must be able to measure the outcome and know how to continue to intervene. Next slide is, today we also have different NGOs, different agencies supporting different initiatives in the country. So we need to move from just creating framework to become outcome based. And one of the things we are doing in that space is to ensure that government facilities come under the supervision of private management. Because what you see is that if you look at most government facilities today, either they are not properly run or they are practically closed. Most of the healthcare centers we have in the country, most of them are not working. So part of the initiative we are driving is to engage different private entities to take over the management of those healthcare centers, working with government, where they will make significant investments into those healthcare centers. And based on the outcome and based on the performance of those healthcare centers, the government will reimburse them. So it becomes outcome based, not based on the fact that you've invested. If you have invested and the outcome is not showing, you don't get reimbursement. And because it's outcome based, you will get a better output. And so that's what's driving that level of investment. And we expect this to grow significantly. Part of the strategy of the group is a test run in Lagos, which has been done. Next slide. Which working with Lagos State on the Ilere Eko mandate, where this same scheme has now been created, working with private healthcare facilities, and that care is provided, and most people are able to access care at government owned facilities. For less than 20,000 naira, they are able to access care across government facilities. And most of these facilities now, based on this partnership, are also managed privately. If you go to Loot and you go to Lasso and all those things, you will see high-end diagnosis centers that are privately managed. And those things are running effectively and access those care. This has been tested in Lagos to a great extent, and it has succeeded. So the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria is now going on an aggressive goal to raise over 100 billion between now and 2028. And the plan is to use that fund to take over the management of all private health centers across 29 states, manage them under a role that will now get them to be reimbursed based on outcome. This is critical because healthcare equity is necessary for growth. Next slide. And there's a research that has been done that has shown that for every 1 naira you invest in healthcare, it gives you 10-fold increase. And for entities that have made this level of investment in their staff to provide healthcare, they've also seen significant return on investment. And they've also seen a turnover reduction of their staff. And they've also seen productivity boosts. I mean, it's logical. If you have your workforce healthy, your productivity will naturally increase and your turnover will reduce. And so actually making that investment in healthcare is a significant investment that can actually drive 10 times the kind of returns that you expect. And we've been preaching this to all private entities to take investment in the health of their staff as priority, because the return on investment is significant. When we even engage private entities now, we don't just talk about providing healthcare, but we'll talk to you about how you can grow your bottom line, because you can actually link directly provision of healthcare to delivering a robust bottom line. And the more people see this, the more CEOs see this, the more they are able to key into it. And we'll encourage all organizations to also look at that. Lastly, is just to look at the key priorities at leadership level, because this requires a leadership action agenda. The first one I've talked about is to adopt a primary health center, which, working with the society, we're raising significant funds, targeting the acquisition and management of all primary health centers across the nation. There are hundreds of them, most of them badly managed. Because if you truly want to deliver universal healthcare coverage, you have to go to where the people are. And working with the government, the strategy is to raise these funds, take over the management of this healthcare facility, manage them very well, and based on the outcome, as agreed with government, you get reimbursed based on outcome, because only outcome that will impact the enrollees, and we'll have plans that meet the BRS minimum. So NHI is also coming up with a plan that will state the minimum that an enrollee will have access to, and that will now be dispensed at a rate that is affordable. And those that come under the vulnerable will have access to care at no cost to them based on that plan. Of course, to extend insurance also, not just to the formal sector, but to all sectors. Health tech is also an area that is coming up strongly, because for you to drive more utilization, for you to drive enrollment seamlessly, you need to continue to grow health tech so that people can have access and they can actually onboard seamlessly. A key thing we have also pushed for is tax exemption for investment in healthcare. There are quite a lot of institutions that want to make significant investment in healthcare. So part of the mandate we are pushing government for consideration is to grant them tax break so that this level of investment can be made. Because the state of things now is such that for us to really move into the double digits, there has to be significant investment. And if you don't have some level of tax break for people that are going to make this investment, it's going to be a challenge. And we're making headroad in this, and also working with NGOs. Also, we expect to achieve this. So I think the key takeaway today, the last slide, is for us to challenge ourselves. We are all in the private sector, but today, the private sector is not a stakeholder in Nigeria's universal healthcare coverage. It's practically left to the government. And the more it's left to the government, it's not achievable. Because the private sector today will own majority of the infrastructure, we employ the most of the workforce, and we're the most scalable engine for innovation. So the question is, do we want to lead deliberately or be dragged? If we are dragged, we can't make headway. We have to deliberately push to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very lucid and excellent presentation. I don't think anybody have done it better than our dear Johnny Joko. You can see how detailed he has given us very solid statistics. He's shown us where we stand within the annals of health insurance, both within the African region and in the global space. And I don't think the statistics are not looking too great. 44 in Nigeria is against 49 that is average in Africa. I think this is not something good. And when you compare us to the global environment, 44 versus 68, that's not too good. And this is why this is really topical. And this is also one of the reasons why we must take this very subject matter with the seriousness it deserves. No wonder our health indicators are moving south instead of north. You can see they're all connected, they're all networked. I'm also happy that our dear brother has also given us some 5 priority areas that he believes that the executive leadership will help in addressing this matter. Talked about the adaptation of the primary healthcare system, primary healthcare centers. Hello. Please, those at the back, if you want to have discussions, you can step outside. Please, I crave your indulgence. Thank you very much. We also talked about the extension of the insurance to cover those in the hard-to-reach areas, investment in health technology, championing reforms, and embedment in the ESG. Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful and very lucid presentation. At this juncture, I want to invite the next presenter, who is also going to be talking to us, this time around bringing it home He's taking it down to our doorstep. You can see we started from the broad-based discussion, went to the general health segment discussion as handled by our dear Mr. John Iwajoko. We are now coming to the last part of this sub-theme, which is the critical role of community pharmacists in achieving universal health coverage. This is now bringing it down to our doorsteps. I want to beg you, open your eyes and open your ears and open your hearts so that you are going to hear what is going to be proceeding from the mouth of our erudite speaker. The man that when he speaks, even the words listen. Please, put your hands together as you welcome our dear Professor Lere Bale to give us the second lecture on the critical role of community pharmacists in achieving universal health coverage. Needless to say that Professor Lere Bale does. Introducing Professor Lere Bale to a pharmacist is certainly going to mean asking the pharmacist to check whether he actually went to pharmacy school or not. So please, thank you so much, sir. I will be glad if you can do us with 20-25 minutes. That will be highly appreciated.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My intention is to save time, so my lecture will center around, instead of presenting the entire slide, I've just focused on one area that I believe is important. This gives a summary of everything I'll be sharing with you. And let me key into the existing protocol. I hope it can be seen. I can see it on my screen well. So I'll be talking around the critical role of community pharmacists in achieving, because I'm a product of Ahmadu Bello University. I need to mention that up front. It is the, yes, I need to. Yeah. The expectation of an average graduate from ABU is far higher than what we met when we left school. I'm a product of Ubiaga. An internee Pharmaceutical University measures, calculates. I say an internee, I'm not talking of senior pharmacist alone. An internee measures and because we make a compilation of medication error over a period of time. Every time there's clinical meeting, a pharmacist stands up to speak about the medication error. So a physician, the most senior physician, maybe a specialist like an oncologist or things like that, will be shivering because we are discussing medication error that has occurred maybe in the last 1 week, in the last 1 month, in the last 1 quarter. And so with evidence. So an average pharmacist is respected in Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital. And I'm saying this so that you can understand why I speak from position of passion. Every physician will respect a pharmacist when you do your work. When a pharmacist compiles medication error, it's very natural. A physician who is not sure of what he wants to prescribe tomorrow will call the pharmacist first. So what do we need to do in this situation? The public assumes that the pharmacist is there to follow the instruction of the doctor. No. The pharmacist's role was not carved out for the purpose of following. It is for purpose of a second opinion to confirm that the prescription is correct, to confirm that there's no medication error, to confirm that based on the existing disease condition of the patient, that the doctor have written the right thing. That's the reason why I became a pharmacist. It's not for the purpose of dispensing. It's for the purpose of guaranteeing medication safety for the patient. For you to understand the magnitude of the problem, worldwide medication error is estimated to cost $42 billion. over 260 million people, medication error in places like US. So let's say Nigeria has the same quality of healthcare, and we are 250. It means about 2/3 of 267 million is the number of medication error that exists in Nigeria. And because we do not have that quality of healthcare that they have in US, we should also be thinking something close to 300 million really. And every day a patient dies in US as a result of medication error. So what we can do, either we are in the hospital or in community practice, is to ensure that we are always doing what? We are making compilation of medication error. And we are providing an avenue to ensure that physicians around our community are properly educated. Once we start to do that, we'll be respected not just by the patient, we'll also be respected by the physician. So, my focus today is on why it matters. Nigeria has one of the highest out-of-pocket health expenditure, but the preceding person has already spoken about it. Insurance improves. You don't need to bother to write anything down. I will send this on the WhatsApp for everybody to have. It's multiple pages, but this is the only page that matters. Now, the insurance improves financing, does not improve only financing, it also improves access, quality, safety, availability, affordability. The community pharmacies are among the most accessible, the most trusted, the most available healthcare professionals. It's easier to see a pharmacy than to see a physician who runs a clinic. For that reason, we have an advantage. The universal health coverage is not only about access and cost, it must include quality and patient safety. So who is the community pharmacist? He's an health educator, he's a primary health care provider, he's a digital health facilitator, he's a medication safety expert, he's a partner in integrated healthcare delivery, he is a coach when it comes to chronic disease management, is able to participate in vaccination and prevention of healthcare, is a public health advocate, is a medication therapy manager. So why is medication safety so important? And why is community and hospital pharmacies so important? WHO says the unsafe medication practices and errors cost the world about $42 billion annually. 1 in every 30 patients experience medication-related harm. Nearly half of all preventable harm in healthcare is medication-related. That is something that pharmacists can prevent. Up to 1 in every 10 hospital admissions in the developed countries are medication-related. Data, learning, and system improvements save lives and resources. So, we all know that when you have data, if you do not gather data, it means it has not been done. If you document, it means something is going to happen. If you can just gather data at the community pharmacy level and at hospital pharmacy level, the way BU Teaching Hospital does, the respect for pharmacists will not double. It will not quadruple. It will be 10 times. Because no physician will want you to identify that he has made a medication error. So, that's an area that I believe nobody is competing with us. That's an area that we just put pharmacists highly respected. In Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, an internee can walk into the ward. It's not a negotiable thing. You can walk into the ward, look at the files, identify medication error, and correct the physician. You come down to the south and I realize that you cannot even move near, the patient in the wards. If we start to make compilation from the outpatient pharmacy of medication error and we share it, physician will invite you voluntarily to come and help them check those in the wards. There are 5 strategic contributions to universal health coverage that I believe the average pharmacist can make. Number 1 is to improve access. I was asking in the leave before I say, how many functional primary health care centers do we have nationwide? By my last follow-up, we had 6,000 functional. There are about 30,000 on paper, theoretically. We had 6,000 primary health care centers. The last speaker spoke about cooperation, private-public partnership. Am I correct, sir? There's no better. I just wish that one day a pharmacist should come up as Minister of Health again. And you just spend one day and make a pronouncement. From today that I'm being sworn in as a minister, I declare private-public partnership on primary health care. I am therefore doubling the total number of primary health care centers nationwide with private partnership by adding the 6,000 from community pharmacies to the 6,000 that is being run by government. Finish, and we'll have 12,000 overnight. Unfortunately, our ministers are not educated enough to understand that if there is private-public partnership, community pharmacies provide superb service that is superior to some of the primary health care centers that are being run. Until they are given that formal recognition, so it will improve geographical distance they need to cover, time, financial barriers. It supports appropriate triage and referral. Because basically the community pharmacist will act as a primary health care center. You'll be a primary health care provider. It can always refer to a general hospital or to a tertiary hospital if necessary. So pharmacist enhances access, enhances availability, enhances affordability by buying in bulk and by ensuring that it's key to the logistic pyramid. It's also important to know, as I move to the number 2 reason why community pharmacies are so important. We know that healthcare delivery itself will not be credible without medicine. That's why Abacha and the rest of them who used to announce school, they will normally say that the teaching hospitals are like what? Consulting clinics. Because medicine is the major thing that makes healthcare delivery credible. So pharmacists are the most opportune human being on earth. They are. The only course in the world where 60% is the pass mark. The only course in the world you can score less than 0. In dispensing is called -60. Because you did not identify medication error, they ask you to prepare 5% powder, you mistakenly used decimal point to miscalculate, and you did a 50%. They say you have killed the patient. Is there any course in the world you score less than 0? None. You are the most opportune people in the world. And you cannot afford not to demonstrate who you are. God has lifted you up even with the standard of a pass mark. I did my course with chemical engineers. I did my course with biochemistry. I did my course with medical students. And my pass mark was 60. I can't suffer that much and come out and I'll be treated as if I'm second hand. No. The one major tool you have in your hand is to have a record of medication error and bring together all the physicians in your community once in a quarter and share. You don't need to mention Dr. Usifo was the one who wrote the medication, who wrote wrongly. No. Just say, during the last 1 quarter, I got these prescriptions. This is a medication error. These are the things you should not be doing. Tomorrow when they want to write something in that area, they will call you. I say, what should I do? I have a patient in front of me. You'll be respected. That's the way it is. The second thing is improving affordability, like I mentioned. You promote rational medicine use. Because at times there's polypharmacy. Too much medicines are given to patients that they don't really need. So, generic substitution, optimization, and early intervention prevents complications and avoids unnecessary cost. Number 3 reason, the 5 strategic contribution to universal health coverage is improving quality and safety. We detect interactions, wrong doses, contraindications, duplications. We prevent medication error, adverse drug reactions. We improve outcomes and reduce harm. When pharmacists learn to measure medication error, they generate knowledge. When they analyze that data or that knowledge, they improve practice. When they share that learning with the prescribers, they transform healthcare. And when they prevent medication error, they save lives. That is the highest calling of the pharmacy profession and one of the greatest contributions pharmacists can make to the healthcare of any nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot overemphasize the need to improve quality and safety. That's the reason why we are pharmacists. We are pharmacists. You can use any of the pharmacy technicians to dispense. But your job, our primary job, is in medication safety. That's why we have an edge over any other person. And we must go back to it. Number 4, we need to strengthen prevention. Health promotion, screening, vaccination, blood pressure, diabetes, checks, lifestyle counseling, and chronic disease management prevent disease and save lives. And as we play a key role in strengthening prevention, which is better than curative medicine, we'll be adding more value. And we can do a lot of counseling at community level. We are usually the first point of call. Empiric study in Lagos has confirmed it. The Commissioner for Health has announced it. People go first to pharmacy before they start to go to clinics. So we can as well prevent a lot of disease condition. Or where they already have the disease condition, we can help them in managing the diseases. Number 5 is supporting health insurance sustainability. And I'm sure the insurance people will be happy for this. A lot of times people go to clinics and they get medication. I hear the case of an asthma patient who was told on how to use his inhaler. And she went back and said, this thing has not improved anyway. And the doctor said, can you please tell me how you're actually using it? She actually uses it like a spray, like a perfume. Now, if such a patient goes to a pharmacy and it has to be cancer, it will improve adherence. Go back to community pharmacy or hospital pharmacy and go and do this survey. If you ask any patient to use any medicine 3 times daily, they think they use it with their meal in the morning, the meal in the afternoon, and their meal in the evening, which is wrong. It is 8 hourly. And for those of us who have spent our lives selling single daily dose medicines in Pfizer, the major reason why Pfizer was producing single daily dose medicine in chronic therapy was because adherence was seen to be a major factor in patients not getting well. It reduces emergency visits. It reduces admissions. It ensures better value for insurers and the health system, because insurers certainly want you to get well. And so if we use the drug in the wrong way, you're not going to get well. It's going to cost the insurance more money. What must Nigeria do? What Nigeria must do? Number 1, we need to integrate community pharmacies into universal health coverage and health insurance architecture. We need to know, to let everybody know who is in the healthcare space, that the community pharmacists are actually the private PPP for health service. And until they are given adequate respect and treated as such, you will not be making the best use of the opportunity that Nigeria already has in pharmacy. Number two, we need to establish fair reimbursement for professional pharmacy services. Fair reimbursement for professional pharmacy services. We are not just selling drugs. We are also counseling. We are also preventing some diseases from advancing. So when you say, when we measure your BP and we recognize why you have high blood pressure, you don't just go straight to medication. There are other non-drug therapies and ways to prevent. So pharmacists, we need to be reimbursed for the professional service they render, apart from the concept of dispensing. Number three, we need to digitalize, and run digital transformation. There are three different things I've just mentioned. Digitize is to convert your paperwork into electronic form. Digitalize is to aggregate all your electronic paper to create a new information. Digital transformation is to change the totality of what you do and automate it. And so it's important for pharmacists to start to connect pharmacy practice and patient records. In one of the earliest time I had an opportunity to in his life. In the olden days, it was electronic medical record. It was built for medical purpose. Today, it's electronic. That's why I have one page. If you want to call me some other time, don't give me timing. Because the timing you even sent to me is different from the timing the timing you announced was 25 minutes. All right. I'm almost through. So that's why I showed only one slide. So we need to do digital transformation. It is electronic health record that is correct. If I'm in an hospital and they are talking about electronic medical record, know that you have not been taken into consideration. It is electronic health record that contains modules on pharmacy, on laboratory, and the rest of them. Electronic medical record is merely medical. We are not medical. We are pharmaceutical. We are healthcare practitioners. We are not medical practitioners. Take this into consideration. Number four, we need to expand scope of practice responsibly with clear standards and training. We need to teach ourselves, pharmacists, how to keep records. We don't have to have computer, Excel, but just merely recording it. Today, I got 3 medication error in what area? Overdose, drug-drug interaction, polypharmacy, and summarize it and share it among the clinics around your community. You'll have done well. When you're able to use computer better, you put it on Excel and send it to them on WhatsApp. Next, it is time. When I spoke about loss of 42 billion in a year in worldwide, and I spoke about the fact that a patient dies every day in America due to medication error, then you imagine that the number of patients will die in Nigeria due to medication error will not be less than 2 every single day. And every life is important. It is time for pharmacies to clearly state, build a national medication safety reporting and learning system. And we need to have a unit that deals with medication error. Pharmacists, once you win that war, and there's a directorate directly in charge of medication error, it starts to raise pharmacy practice to a new level. Next, invest in future-ready pharmacy workforce, and let us emphasize their role. So if they find themselves in the hospital or in community pharmacy practice, they will be able to see the value. We need to strengthen interprofessional collaboration. We shouldn't use medication error data to intimidate doctor. No. It's to use it to help them, to show them the right kind of medication and the type of medication that cannot be used together, so that we can have integrated and patient-centered healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, before I close, I've developed a safety and learning framework whereby you capture errors and near misses, you report it. You analyze and identify the root causes and contributing factors. You discuss in multidisciplinary meetings either at the community pharmacy level or at the hospital level so that everybody can learn. Then you improve by implementing corrective actions and process improvement. You monitor measures and outcomes and track improvement. You share, you disseminate lessons learned across institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision for Nigeria should be every city has a community pharmacist within its reach. Every community pharmacy is a primary healthcare gateway. Every patient receives safe, effective, and affordable medicine. Every medication is optimized and every preventable hospitalization is reduced. And every likely death due to medication error is prevented. And we can use the data to increase the number of pharmacists that are produced in our country as well. Every insurance scheme recognizes the value of pharmaceutical care, and that every community pharmacy is a catalyst for healthier families and stronger communities. I will say with authority, ladies and gentlemen, that universal health coverage will not be achieved by one profession acting alone. Let us build together a healthcare system that is accessible, that is safe, equitable, efficient, and sustainable for every Nigeria. God bless you.
Thank you so much, our dear Prof. I warned you earlier that when he speaks, even the walls listen. And you noticed that when he was speaking, those small murmurs we are getting from the back disappeared. That showed you that the walls were also listening. And sir, you've nailed it. No single profession can actually achieve universal health coverage without interprofessional collaboration. That is not possible. Professor Lerebere has taken us through the journey where he specified the 5 strategic contributions. For those of you who are in community pharmacy practice here, he's mentioned 5 strategic pillars. The first one, he talked about improvement in access by recognition of community pharmacies as primary health care centers. He talked about promotion of rational medicine use. He talked about improving quality and safety of medicines. He talked about strengthening disease prevention through health promotion and other public health care related activities. And finally, he talked about patient counseling, patient information, and patient education. These are the 5 pillars that he has identified as very critical towards the contribution of community pharmacists towards achieving universal health coverage. Thank you so much, our dear Prof, for really narrowing deep into this particular subject matter. Now, we are going to literally the last segment of our program this morning, the public lecture. For our colleagues and our participants online, I hope you are still catching your phone as you are doing here. For all that are physical, please, I'm sure you are also connected with all the good things that are happening here. The wonderful lectures, the wonderful presentations, and the feedback that we are getting, and the jobs we are getting from those that are physical. I hope we're also getting that from those that are participating virtually. Before we invite our panel of discussants to now have the final deep conversation around this particular subject matter, I want to invite, just for 5 minutes, the people that also helped us in making this occasion to take place. Without their money, without their support, without their finances, I'm not sure we would have been able to achieve the level of organization we got. So please, without wasting much time, I'm inviting the representative from Alpha Pharmacy to come and talk to us 5 minutes. And please, as he's doing that, I will also be getting and appealing to those that are going to be serving as our panel of discussants. So please get ready to mount the stage for the panel session. Thank you very much, as we give a round of applause to the representative of Alpha Pharmacy.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my augurs and seniors in the profession. I said, obviously, when I grow up, obviously, I would like to be like everyone here. So I will just be speaking 5 minutes without wasting so much time. So serving you the Alpha way. First things first, who are we? So I said, what does a pharmacist under 40 want to say about a brand over 40, which is Alpha Pharmacy, right? So I'm sure before actually I could spell my name, many of us have already known Alpha, but I want to just brief us on some of the evolution that have happened, things that you know and you need to know. So first things first, I know we all know Alpha as, we all know Alpha as the retail pharmacy that has been, for 41 years now and counting. And we've all had at least the idea on what we do in that space. Currently, we have over 23 branches and counting. I know that might not be what some persons might know here, but obviously it is what it is. We also have the distribution company that does all the things we bring in, the products from the Max Division, which would be coming in next week for your information, and every other thing. And the specialty company also, where we deal in medical equipment and all. And a corporate business, which I will see how we are collaborating in that regard. So if you look at okay, so briefly, 2 minutes I'll be done. If you look at the spread, because we're talking about universal health coverage, one of the things that actually makes this thing possible is how interconnected are you? How interconnected are the branches? And at the moment, what we have in Alpha, we have in our Lagos 11 branches, just to see the spread, for us to appreciate how these things, okay, so the Abuja branches, where we have 3, Anambra, Enugu, as well as, Akwa Ibom and Port Harcourt branches. But why are we here? I'll just list a couple of the services and we'll say why actually we're here. So on the services part of things, like we said, timely access to critical and specialty medicine through the network of 23 branches and dedicated last mile delivery. The truth is that at the moment, if we want to make deliveries of medication to anyone, whether it's a patient, whether it's a community pharmacy or whatever, based on the network of pharmacy and the delivery minds of the last mile, we can actually make that happen in few hours. So what we're saying is, if there is going to be access, not just availability of these medicines, there has to be some level of delivery mind, interconnectedness, route optimization, as the case may be, right? So yes, there's remote access, things that we do, remote access care with respect to inquiries, telepharmacy, e-commerce services, and all of that. And yeah, medication compounding. I have 2 minutes to go. Medication therapy management, which is important on the patient's end of things, but also drug information services for healthcare professionals, because we know for the kind of medications we do, we have to always do that to doctors and healthcare professionals alike, on specialized drug information service for that area of people. So also through our corporate business, we serve the NGOs and government procurement agencies and the likes, corporate bodies and all. So my last slide, why are we here? We are here on just 4 counts. Access to wide range of specialty medications. Like we keep saying, you really don't have to stock what you don't have to, because we can do the heavy lifting, as it were. So this particular range of specialty products that we have at Alpha Pharmacy are things that every pharmacy and anybody that has need at any point in time can leverage such. Leverage of our strong logistic distribution network. Most times people get medications for us just to send them over to somewhere else. But we're saying that with our you don't have to do that. We actually can do everything from the sourcing to the delivery wherever you want them in the world, actually, not just Nigeria. Access to our corporate business offering and collaboration to grow our digital, your digital solutions. We know that a couple of persons have either telemedicine, telepharmacy, HMO things that are coming up. We have a system in place that helps that level of collaboration of digital solutions. How can you get your first 1,000 customers, your first 2,000 customers? We can actually leverage to do that. And as the cliche says, as men of honor, we join hands, and we want to see how we can make this happen joining hands. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent presentation. That reminds me when we used to do this. Thank you so much, sir. So, please, we're going to the next segment of our program. But before we start that, please permit me to recognize the presence of some of the dignitaries that weren't here when we did our recognition before. I'm talking about the immediate past registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, our dear Mohammed Elijah. He's in here. Please, we're happy to have you around, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have the past president of PSN. They walked in after we have done all the recognition. We're talking about pharmacists Azubike Okwo and pharmacist Sam Okwo Abunwa. Please, a round of applause for them too. Also, our dear pharmacist Chidu Modi, the past chair of Board of Fellows, also came in after the recognition. So, we are glad that you're able to make it. And I want to also recognize all the state coordinators of the Board of Fellows. Please, if you're here, kindly stand up and be recognized. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much for taking the ideas of the Board of Fellows down to the grassroots. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the chairman of the Board of Fellows, our dear pharmacist, Uche Bakama, to come and kindly present a well-deserved award to the chairman of today's occasion. Please, the floor is yours, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Chijoke. That's a job I have to do, but I don't think I'm capable of doing it. And to do this job, our doing here, Prince Adelusi Adeluyi, is the oldest serving president of the PSN here. And so, for me to give an award or an honor, I want the past president to be here with me. But I can't do it alone. I don't have the power. I don't think I can do that, the muscle to do that. So may I ask all our past presidents in the house, please, to help me honor the doing of pharmacy and the leader of our presidency in pharmacy. Can we all come forward, please? Thank you. And because he's in the activity of the Board of Fellows, I also want the past chairman of the Board of Fellows to please also help me do this job. Our past chairman of the Board of Fellows, could you all be here to assist me give this honor to our president? The past chairman, please, could you join me as we do that? And to do the final job is my boss, the PSN president, Tanko. Please, could you come forward to give this award, this honor, to honor our leader and the past president of the PSN. Tanko, my president, may I now request past president, doing chairman of the occasion today, Prince Julius Adeli to please come forward to receive a memento from the Board of Fellows for having taken our time to be with us throughout today. It's been a wonderful experience with you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dear and beloved Prince Julius Adelusi Adeli, this is presented to you by the Board of Fellows at the Public Lecture 2026 titled Insurance-Based Healthcare Financing, Key to Achieving Universal Health Coverage, given to you today, Wednesday, 15th July 2026.
Nagode. Chukwu gozikwanụ.
Thank you very much for that well-deserved recognition. And congratulations once again, sir. We are really going to move a little bit faster now because one of our panelists that have been here since morning has another assignment that he must necessarily have to be in. And it will be grossly unfair if she leaves without participation in this panel discussion. So please, permit me to invite the panelists to the podium so that we can start the panel discussion right away. The first in the list of our panelists. Hello? Hello? Please, there shouldn't be any stand-up meeting. Those at the back. Hello, can you hear me? Those at the back. One house, please, one house. Please settle down now. Those at the back, please, let's settle down. Okay, good. So, let's call the first person among the panel of discussants. Our dear Dr. Kelechi Ohili represented. Please, can you come up to the stage? Please, a round of applause for them as they come. Our dear Mr. John Iwa Joku, please, also to the podium. Take your seats. We're also calling our dear Professor Lere Bale, is one of the discussants too. Please, can you come up to the podium? Then we have the President of Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, our dear Njide Ndele. Please, also, you come up to the podium. And finally, the last but not the least, we have Dr. Abdul Kadir Suma. Please come up to the podium. And distinguished fellows, hello. Please, if you want to have a discussion, can you politely go outside? These people have come here for this discussion and we need to give them our ears. So, I want to invite the person that's going to be moderating this session, and his name is Fisayo Okunsanya. Please, Fisayo, the floor is yours now. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you. Can we have other microphones here? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, wonderful panelists. My name is Olufisayo Okunsanya, and I'll be moderating this panel. We've heard quite a lot about health insurance, but we've not heard from some people. So I want to start from, and I'm not doing this because ladies first, but I want to start from Njide Ndili. the president of the Health Federation of Nigeria. I wonder if everyone here knows what the Health Federation of Nigeria is. Okay, so Njide, first of all, tell us what HFN is and how you think HFN can play its role in achieving universal health coverage through health insurance.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. I always feel very comfortable amongst pharmacists. So the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria is, a coalition of private sector associations and organizations and some individuals that want to play a role in supporting government to achieve universal health coverage. I think about a decade ago, the IFC published a report called the Red Book. That was the start of the discussion around private sector and recognizing the role private sector plays in delivering healthcare. In that report, it stated that over 60% of care is delivered by the private sector, yet the private sector is not at the table when it comes to policy making. So across Africa, especially West Africa, there was now the formation of healthcare federations. So in Nigeria, there's a Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, all the way across Africa, to become a pressure point, an advocacy body to enable private sector speak with one voice and advocate to government to include us when it comes to policy formulation. So that's really what the Healthcare Federation is about. In Nigeria, we just passed the 10-year mark. So we've been doing this 10 years running now. And I must say that private sector is more and more recognized by the Nigerian government. I must also say a big thank you to them, because now we have a platform, we have a connection, we're actually part of so many committees. And I must say that the Pharmacy Association of Community Pharmacists are actually part of the Healthcare Federation and part of the governing body, to help ensure that the voice of the pharmacists are included in the discussions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, please a round of applause. For Dr. Abdulkadir, we haven't really heard from you, but we have this question about the number of enrollees in private health insurance scheme, right? According to IMCAN data, 1.8 million enrollees, of which 1.2 million are in Lagos. What is your characterization of the market and how can we scale up enrollment? What are the challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much. So if we look at the private health insurance market in Nigeria, we see that Lagos actually contributes, the highest. And that is because most of the private sector, the companies, the blue chip companies, most of the companies that are, the largest employers of laborers, most of them are actually located in Lagos. And that's why you have, Lagos having that, high number. But if you compare that to what we have in the formal sector, is actually low. The formal sector, actually takes like over 80% of the population. So even if we enroll everybody in the formal sector, that's private and government, combined together, we only have achieved just barely 20% of the population. So if you look at the market as it is actually a problem created by design. The way the insurance scheme was, conceptualized in Nigeria, it was conceptualized to take care of group. So it wasn't conceptualized to take care of individual. And that's why it's been a bit very difficult, to really, penetrate into the informal sector. Like, if you look at the informal sector, they are a sector that are, their income are challenged. They have, a big volatile cash flow. so they don't have very stable income. And then they believe in a cluster economy. Most of them belong to one group or the other. You have this association, that association, and all that. And then they've also suffered from, trust issues. There have been a lot of scheme, that have been introduced to them, social scheme, cooperative and all that, that a lot of them have been, they've been a victim, of maybe some fraudulent practices and all that. So there is a very big trust gap. So in looking at that market as a whole, so you need to then begin to characterize that market based on, the uniqueness within that market, looking at the set of people that they can pay, but they don't have that money in bulk. So that's one group.
Let's start with that thought.
Okay.
Because your regulator is beside you.
Okay.
So let's go there. So, sir, thank you for coming, for taking. I know you probably had to, thank you for coming. So the question now he's alluded to is that for insurance to work, and this is general knowledge. I mean, we talk about compulsion and we talk about subsidy, right? So there needs to be some level of compulsion, and that's why we are getting only the formal sector, right? But the challenge we are having is that compulsion without subsidy is a cruel joke on the poor, right? Which is what he's alluded to also. So for you as NHIA, first question I'll ask is our health insurance scheme in fact mandatory in practical terms?
Okay. The health insurance is mandatory by law.
By law.
It's mandatory for all Nigerians and legal residents to have one form of health insurance or the other. And so, signed by the president, so it's mandatory to that extent.
That answers my question. Now, why are we having challenges onboarding more than the 8 or maybe 10, or depending on what denominator you use? Why are we having that challenge?
Okay. The first thing is that, like I said during the lecture, is that
yes.
The first thing I mentioned was that we have about 22.03 million Nigerians.
Please, let's have one house, please. Let's have one house. This is quite interesting. Yes, sir.
We have already over 22 million Nigerians with one form of health insurance or the other. But if you do a deep dive into the numbers, you'll see that quite a lot of these persons are within the formal sector.
Yes.
80% of Nigerians are within the informal sector.
Yes.
And these are people who may not even have the resources to pay for their premium for health insurance.
Agreed.
They earn money not constant. So there must be a system to bring them on board.
Yes.
Such that they can contribute. I mean, these guys are daily earners, gig workers. So there is nothing guaranteed.
One house, please. One house, please.
Until we have a system that can help them contribute as they earn, so that they can be able to take care of their premium, then we will have a little bit of challenge. Now, your approaches at enforcing the mandatory nature has to be a little bit technical. Number one, you just cannot go to the street and begin to arrest everybody. You have to do some dialogue, build some trust within the system, which is what we are presently doing. Okay. And the trust we are building starts from the persons who are currently enrolled. The question is, what quality of care are we able to give them? Because they, in turn, will become the marketers for the people who are yet to come. So it's easier and better approach to, first of all, build trust communicate to the people, let them see why they need it, and then they can come. But presently now, we're just still building and trying to win the confidence of Nigerians. Don't forget that traditionally, Nigerians have a little bit of hesitation when it comes to insurance.
Yeah.
We still have to do, that's still a lot of work to be done.
All right, so would you say that over the last 5 years, the trust quotient has increased?
Yes, definitely it has increased. I can say that categorically because systems are being put in place to make sure that the people who are enrolled get the quality of care they deserve.
All right. Thank you. Back to you, Njide. So he said something that triggered me and might trigger you. He said something about quality of care, right? And you sit with the private sector, right? And there's this talk about capitation and the quantum of it, right? So in terms of the benefit package and the quality of care, vis-a-vis the capitation that's provided, what would you say is the sentiment of your members, you know, in terms of achieving that quality of care?
You're trying to put me on the spot. I think, first of all, it's not really about the amount that is being paid as capitation. It's about the coverage, or the coverage of what can you do with that amount of money, and has it been actuarially determined?
Okay.
What I mean by actuarially determined is, how did we come up with the amount of money
that we decided
that will cover capitation and fee for service? By the way, for those pharmacies who may not know, there's a way to pay for services under health insurance. The first part of it is capitation. That is, you pay a fixed amount of money per member per month under your roster, whether they show up or not. Okay, and these are for primary services, primary healthcare services. Then the other component, which is post-paid after encounter, is fee for service. And these are determined, in fact, by a contract before the patient enters the hospital. And this has to be actuarially determined. I don't know, maybe we can confirm from the regulator when last that was done. Because I know that recently there was an increase. Kudos to them, almost 90%.
Yeah.
But for more than a decade,
it wasn't. That
rate was fixed, even with all the inflation. So I think this is something that needs to be done, regularly, because the complaint from the private sector, and I don't know about the public sector, is that the amount is not sufficient. But having said that, I think the key thing that we need to look at is really the risk pool. How many people are enrolled? Because I can tell you that if a country of 240 million people, of course the number keeps fluctuating, is enrolled in health insurance and capitation is paid, if all of us were, there will be enough to go around. The funding will be enough because we can't all fall ill at the same time. So it's not about, right now it's not about the money, it's about getting started, getting that risk pool increased, and ensuring that what we define as quality of service, that we're doing the right thing, the protocols followed, the right medication given, and there is a way to actually check for the outcomes and kind of services being provided. I think that's really the core of it. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but I must compliment NHIA, because this is the first time in many years.
Yes, that's true.
That the capitation and fee for service has been reviewed.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Abdulkadir, back to you. So I have a question. You started a thought about the formal and informal sector, and you said something about insurance in Nigeria being for groups. But are there any models you think, that can help, sort of onboard the informal, like formalizing the informal sector to relate with them with a prism that health insurance can handle, especially for rural populations and hard to reach, undocumented potential enrollees? What do you think?
Yeah, so there are models that have worked. So like you have in some countries where you have a unipayer system, So it's a lot easier. Like maybe you have in Bangladesh, you have in Rwanda, and maybe our neighbor here, Ghana. So it's a lot easier. But Nigeria, we are operating a multi-payer system, meaning that you have different people as payers, different HMOs. So what we can do in Nigeria is we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can quickly learn from what has worked. For example, we see the fintech, the likes of MoneyPoint and OPay. What have they done that they've been able to penetrate the informal sector very easily? So there is this approach that is called using the embedded agents network system, where in the various areas where you have those the clusters of informal sector, you have somebody that is there that is talking to them and getting them onboarded, selling actively to them, and converting them to customers. So that's one approach. Now, the second approach is leveraging on what the informal sector, the structure that has already been created by the informal sector, like union, the associations, the Yalojas, Babalojas, and all that, leveraging on them, getting them on board, to, create awareness among their members, and they are appointing like an agent, which is somebody within their member to now sell to their members. So that's another way that you can get them on board. Exactly.
For cooperatives, yeah.
So like a cooperative. So then, of course, if we're looking at the current generation now, I mean, we have a lot of them, digital natives. They are also falling into the informal sector. Before now we just think, oh, it's the Aloja and Babaloja. We are getting a lot of Gen Zs that are actually getting into the informal sector. They are owning their own businesses and all that. So these guys, we can easily approach them, looking at digital distribution network. There are organizations that already have this capability. So as health insurance company, we really do not need to reinvent the wheel. All we need to do is to partner with these guys. They already have access to those set of populations. So partner with them, co-create health plan, layered on what they are already buying, without them even feeling that they are paying anything extra. So with that, we can penetrate, that set of informal sector.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So, sir, Dr. Wajoku, NHI, and you're a practitioner. So this question, I know you're sitting beside your regulator, but I like to have the difficult conversations. You saw how beautifully Njide got out of it. NHI is both an operator and a regulator. How would you say this affects you as an operator in terms of, market share, market perception, general operations? How does this?
Okay. That was a tough one. And the regulator is beside me. Anyway, we just have to say it the way it is. Okay. Typically, we'll look at that as NHI creating a double hat problem, being a regulator and also an operator. But we'll have to look at it deeply. Such a hybrid approach does exist, not just in Nigeria. It also exists in some matured economies also. You'll find that kind of model in South Korea, in Taiwan, in Indonesia. So essentially what happens is that within NHIA, you have the regulatory arm of NHIA that we all are answerable to, and that creates different policies, different guidelines that moderate what we do. Then you have the operational arm of NHIA that gets involved in growing adoption and also growing enrollment. But beyond that, also one of the things they do is that role they play is actually complementary to private operators like us and not in competition. Because in the NHIA, by virtue of the way they are set up and their mandate, which they've stated earlier on, includes growing the utilization, growing the adoption level across the nation. So they are able to go into different markets that ordinarily a private HMO will not go into because they are expensive, they are not profitable. When you talk about the vulnerable group, you recall in my last presentation when I said we have 130 million people that don't have access to care that come under the vulnerable group. It's NHIA that is able to go into that space and even subsidize care for them. That eventually, most of them will eventually transit into paid employment, which will now come under private HMO cover. So the way I see it is that NHIA complements the effort of the private HMOs by doing the heavy lifting that are expensive and not profitable, and the HMOs will harvest the benefits therein later on. In addition, other like the public parastatals that the NHIA gets, why they get them, they are attended to by private HMOs. So they get them and they offload them to private HMOs to
complementary.
So it's a complementary role and not a competitive one.
All right, thank you, sir. I want to come to Prof. Thank you, sir, for so, Prof, you know, you said some very, very, very daring things during your presentation, right? One of which was that pharmacists can be the first point of call for care. And we all heard him say it, right? Pharmacists can be the first point of call for care, which is the PPP or the primary, you know, and there's a scarcity of workers anyway. So my question is this. We have, I mean, pharmacy to population ratio is very low, right? How would this work in effect? And that's what I've been dying to ask you. How would it work in effect? And I want to look for trouble a bit. If I don't look for trouble, what am I doing? Is there any room for patent medicine vendors in this model?
All right. Thank you so much for your question. We have about 6,000 community pharmacists, which is essentially too low.
Yes.
To take care of 240 million people. But the regulatory body, the PCN, they have already initiated a process of up and spoke, which has been in the works, that we enable please, there are two categories of patent medicine dealers. The unregistered one. They have to be registered. They are performing legality. But the registered patent medicine dealers will be linked with the community pharmacies like in urban spoke. So that the community pharmacy can have some level of supervisory role and a mini ethical supervision role over the patent medicine stores around the community pharmacy. If we take advantage of that, then we'll be able to reach larger number of people. The patent medicine dealers will deal mainly with the OTC, which is within their purview or regulatory allowance for them, and they are allowed. Then the ethical products will certainly be handled by community pharmacists along with OTC. So under that arrangement, the responsibility of the community pharmacists will go beyond the one location or whichever location is running. We also have responsibility for patent medicine dealers around it. So I am a believer that if it is the life of the ultimate patient that is of major concern to us, we are interested in patient care, we will have to accommodate that very aspect.
Prof, can you say it louder for those at the back?
Okay. the natural process.
Please, Prof, to say for the pharmacists at the back. Okay. Yes, sir.
The natural process, the natural feeling is an average pharmacist wants to be, they will say, let only pharmacists operate. But we have only 6,000 community pharmacies. We have over 200,000 patent medicine stores. They already playing some rules. So under the up and spoke concept that the regulatory authority, that is the PCN, are already working on, one single pharmacy, we have supervisory role over a number of community pharmacies around it. So we are taking responsibility for the community pharmacies first, as superintendent pharmacies. You are also supervising a number of patent medicine stores under you in such a way that they are able to perform their work. You remember, we are discussing supply chain now. So every medicine going to the patent medicine stores around regulatory approval of the community pharmacists. Then there's a supervision as well in terms of service that is rendered in patent medicine store. So a community pharmacist eventually becomes a hub, and then the spokes will be the patent medicine store. Number two, the community pharmacist is now able to reach larger audience that ordinarily you would have been able to reach. And so it becomes possible, even under the logistics system, to get major wholesalers, distributors, to sell through the pharmacist to the patent medicine stores under you. Under that circumstance, they are no longer competing. They are now complementary. And that works well for everybody. It's in the interest of the patient, it's in the interest of the community pharmacist, and it's in the interest of the service we desire to render. Because to produce one pharmacist take years, and to have enough pharmacists to take care of 240 million Nigerians will be a very tough thing. That's why this
Thank you so much.
was thought to.
Thank you, sir. I went to a local government in Adamawa State, and there's no community pharmacy whatsoever in the whole local government. So this is interesting coming from Prof. So as we wrap up, Unjide, 1 minute, last thoughts.
Well, I want to follow what Prof said, because interestingly, as Farm Access, we helped design that framework for PCN many years ago. But I think, it's important to mention, because I spoke at the Community Pharmacists Lagos chapter lecture, I think about 2 months ago. Where we are going as a country is pharmacy first. All of us in this room, when we don't feel well, we head straight to the pharmacy. But yet, the central UHC framework or pillars don't even recognize or see, they don't have an insight to the data within the community pharmacists. So it's very important. I talked about digital, being able to capture data, and for the likes of the Healthcare Federation, being able to lobby and discuss with the regulators how they can see that data. The community pharmacies is a central pillar to UHC, whether we want to admit it or not. So the question is, how do we integrate you? I think that is really where the focus should be. So for me, for HFN, is how do we work together? How do we make the data from community pharmacies visible? Also, in this day of pandemic preparedness, there's so much money, there's so much funding for pandemic preparedness. We're hearing about Ebola, we're hearing of all sorts of infectious diseases. Again, the first point of call is going to be the community pharmacists. So how do we leverage your infrastructure to be able to capture that data and link it to the national health system? I think that's really what we need to work on.
1 minute, last words, sir.
All right. So, I align with what Njide had said. When I started, I said that the way the health insurance was conceived and designed in Nigeria, it was designed to capture groups, right? So we really did not look at, our health purchasing habits when we're designing health insurance. Like she mentioned, so we are a pharmacy first country. So if we look at everywhere, if anybody has any problem, the first point of call is not the hospital. First point of call is the nearby pharmacy. So when we are designing, we didn't think about this. So we need to begin to look at the laws, the laws and maybe regulatory blockers that we need to review so that we can begin to give some roles to community pharmacy, because they can actually act as, apart from being like maybe last mile delivery point, they can actually also act as distribution point, for the sale of health insurance, to people within the community. So for me, we need to start looking at how do we get them involved so that we can also achieve universal health coverage.
Thank you, sir. Last thought, sir. 1 minute.
My last thought, everybody get a health insurance if you do not have one. Tell your family members, friends, relatives, associates, get a health insurance. It's important. Second thing I would like to assure us is that the NHIA is open to talks and negotiations with every person, as long as it's going to move us towards achieving universal health coverage. And yes, there is a new plan which we are working on. I just heard about that today, which is in the pipeline, where to reduce these issues about stockouts, because that's one of the things that causes a lot of dissatisfaction in the hospitals, especially the tertiary and government hospitals. Each provider will have to sign an MOU with the community, with at least 2 community pharmacies, such that if the medication is not available, there is already an existing MOU, you will go there. That becomes a requirement, which I believe in the next few months we should tidy it all up. So yes, hang in there. There is still things coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 1 minute, sir. Last thoughts.
All right, thank you. I think consistent with what they have said, my take is Nigeria as a whole today, we are hovering around 220 to 250 million, and just a couple of thousands of hospitals. And of those few hospitals, we don't have so many of them where they should be. But the good thing is that with technology that we all consume today, that part of it can be addressed with telemedicine. But there is a limit to how much you can use technology to address the pharmacy side. So is a demand on this association and every pharmacy related association to think deeply on how we can create an enabling environment for pharmacies to be everywhere and all the places. Because what we have currently, you need to layer transportation to be able to deliver that. But when we create that enabling environment for the explosion of neighborhood pharmacies all over the place, then that last mile becomes achievable, and we also need to encourage more local production of drugs that is closer to the rural areas if we truly want to achieve universal health coverage. So it's an ask on this association to think deeply on how to achieve that.
Thank you so much. Prof, you started this.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to appeal to the...
I was going to say that my request for you is to make an appeal.
Yes. I want to make an appeal to the regulatory body, as well as the HMOs, that you should recognize accredited pharmacy rather than individual patent medicine stores. Each of the patent medicine stores will be accountable to the pharmacy that they are linked with. And then ensuring accountability remains with the licensed professionals. Number 2, from the HMO's perspective and the regulatory perspective, we should remember that pharmacy's role goes beyond dispensing. we actually make medication safer. And so the number of people who eventually have cause to kaput as a result of medication error reduces. And the number of people who will be hospitalized as a result of medication error, which is about 10% of hospitalization is traceable to medication error, will also reduce. I believe that the quality assurance periodic accreditation regulatory monitoring can be done through use of technology in addition to physical visit. And cases beyond the competence of an average patent medicine can be referred to the hub pharmacy that is supervising them. This scope will go a long way to helping us, and it will create a win-win, not just for the pharmacists, but for the regulatory body. It will expand the number of people who are subscribing to the health insurance. That will be helpful to NHIA, and the HMOs will also be better for it. Instead of dealing with 20 million people, should be dealing with hundreds of millions of people. That is what is going to create a better system, and going to create a win-win for all the members, for all these critical stakeholders in the insurance sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our wonderful panel a round of applause. They were intellectual, they were very, very, very strong. So this will come to the end of the panel. I believe there are awards to be given to you. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much, Fisayo, for that moderation. And distinguished colleagues, I think they deserve a very good round of applause. They have done justice to the topic, and I'm sure a whole lot of us have taken one thing or the other out of this discussion. Without wasting much time, without wasting much time, please, I want to invite the chairman of the Board of Fellows to present their well-deserved plaques to our panelists.
Thank you very much, my president, past presidents, past chairman of the board, distinguished fellows, and my dear colleagues and our friends and guests. It's been 5 hours of engagement in this hall, and I want to appreciate all of us. The hall is still full, which means it's been quite worthwhile. The speakers have done well, and what I know now, their take home is that about access. Access, the pharmacy should be the access point. So the farm access, you move to community pharmacies as an access point. And to ensure that that will happen, I'll start by appreciating the DG, CEO of NHIA. So when you get here, because we are appreciating you, you make the pharmacist first access point in NHIS. So may I ask, it's my pleasure to present this memento, this plaque in appreciation of the presence and participation of Dr. Kelechi Ohiri as the keynote speaker during this 8th public lecture of the Board of Fellows. Congratulations. And may I also quickly move on to ask Fisayo Okusoya, the moderator of this discussion panel, the lead consultant, for coming here today. Looking at you, anybody who doesn't believe in you should know he's looking for trouble. By the huge size that you present, people must listen to you and obey you. And I can see they obeyed you at this panel. You were point blank with your questions and had point blank answers. Even with the regulator around them, they still gave you point blank answers. Congratulations. Quickly, Osuma, you manage all the managed care people, and so they can manage us very well. May I thank you for being a panelist at this particular Board of Fellows Midyear meeting, which was an area of excellence and an area of of participation. Congratulations for being here. It's a memento from the Board of Fellows, which each time you look at it, remember that pharmacy should be the first point of access in health insurance business. Thank you. Njide, it's your turn. We know this lady did exceptional things for us. She was traveled today out of this country for an engagement, but by virtue of the respect of pharmacy and for the Board of Fellows, she stepped it down. Yeah, and so the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, we appreciate you. It's a journey we'll go together. You can't do it alone. You can see we're not the access point for the insurance. So congratulations, ma, for spending time with us today. John, thank you. Well, after this, I'll go to Hygia to be registered as a premium client because for what you told us today, you are the center of the whole thing, and I've heard about Hygia so much, and I think you are practicing what you are preaching. Congratulations, John, for being one of our sub-team speakers in today's event. Congratulations. And finally, our own Prof. Where is the man with the parachute? Well, this man who can deliver 5 lectures in a day, covering different areas of life. And I wonder what happens in this your brain. The amount, yes, I can't understand the amount of innovation in his brain. That Prof can take any task at short notice and deliver. Thank you, my professor. Thank you, my mentor. One day when I grow up, I'll be like you and I can speak like you and write like you. Congratulations, Professor Lenebele. Come and thank. Where is my secretary of BOF? Vote of thanks before we move for lunch.
Please, all the panelists, please, let's come together for vote of thanks. For the group picture, sorry, and this one is more than black. So please, as we custom for this particular public lecture, I also want to recognize all those that are still present online, especially our fellows that are present online. I also want to recognize the past chairman of the Board of Fellows, our dear Professor Mbang Femi Oyewo, who is also available online for their support and for their participation. Colleagues, we are almost getting to the end of the program, and I want us to please be patient while we allow the Secretary Board of Fellows to please, the past president and the past chairman of Board of Fellows, please, you can come up stage for a picture with the chairman of Board of Fellows. Please, can we come up for the picture? Group pictures, the past presidents and the past chairman of Board of Fellows. Please, as that is taking place, I want to invite the Secretary of the Board of Fellows, our dear pharmacist, Damian Izuka, to please give us a vote of thanks.
Hello, everyone. I hope we all enjoyed the outing. I enjoyed myself. Well, on behalf of the Chairman of Board of Fellows and entire members of the NEC, I want to appreciate everyone who participated this afternoon to make this outing a successful one. The chairman of the occasion, the keynote speaker, sub-team speakers, panelists, our ever available sponsors, you are all acknowledged and appreciated. Thank you for making this afternoon a success. A massive thank you to all the participants, the attendants. You gave life to this outing. We appreciate all of you. Thank you and thank you. Please, I want us to listen to this important announcement. Hello? After the lunch, you go home and prepare for the cocktail. You go to your hotel, then prepare for the cocktail, which will be coming up at exactly 6 p.m. this evening at number 8 Fajuri Street, GRA, Ikeja. Otherwise, the Netherlands Business School. I repeat, number 8 Fajuri Street, GRA, Ikeja. Otherwise, Netherlands Business School. 6 p.m. is 6 p.m. Thank you, and let's step out for our lunch. Thank you. God bless you. I dash you. Well done.